What if Harry Potter was god of goblins and declared war against Dursleys and Hogwarts? So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel Cosmic Harry. And if you're new to this channel, please make sure to subscribe and like the video. Also share this video as much as you can. Also, because of some YouTube community guidelines, I have to make this short intro so you can skip 25 to 30 seconds starting off video. Now without any further ado, let's get straight to the video.
What if Harry fled to Gringotts at age 6 and the goblins declared war on the Dursleys? The cupboard door splintered inward and Harry didn't think, he just ran. Vernon's hand caught nothing but air as Harry ducked under the meaty arm and bolted for the kitchen. Behind him, his uncle's roar shook the walls. "Get back here, boy!" Not a chance. Not tonight. Harry had seen that look before, the purple-faced rage that meant bruises for weeks. But something was different this time. Vernon had the belt doubled over in his fist, and Aunt Petunia wasn't even pretending to look away. She was watching from the stairs with her thin lips pressed together, nodding slightly, like she'd finally given permission for something. Harry's bare feet slapped against cold tile. The back door. If he could reach the back door. Dudley appeared in the kitchen doorway, grinning. "Dad! He's trying to get out!" Harry changed directions so fast he nearly fell. Living room. Front door. His fingers found the handle, twisted, pulled, locked. The deadbolt was too high, always too high, and Vernon's footsteps were thundering closer. "Thought you could steal food from my refrigerator?" Vernon grabbed Harry's shoulder and spun him around. The belt buckle glinted. "Thought you could eat what doesn't belong to you?" "I was hungry." Harry hated how small his voice sounded. "I haven't eaten in 2 days, I just wanted." The first strike caught him across the ribs. Harry's vision went white. "You eat." Another strike. "When we say another, you can eat." Harry stopped counting after 5. He curled into himself on the floor, arms wrapped around his head, making himself as small as possible. The belt kept falling. Somewhere far away, Dudley was laughing. And then something inside Harry cracked open. Not his bones, though those might be cracked too. Something deeper. Something that had been building for 6 years, every time he'd been shoved into that cupboard, every meal denied, every freak, and burden, and worthless. It all compressed into a single point of heat behind his sternum. Harry screamed. The world turned inside out. Cold. That was the first thing. Cold stone against his cheek, nothing like the Dursleys' carpet. Harry opened his eyes and immediately closed them again because everything was too bright, too sharp, too much. His whole body throbbed. The places where the belt had landed felt like lines of fire across his back. Voices. People talking nearby, but the words didn't make sense. Harsh sounds, clicking consonants, nothing like English. Harry forced his eyes open again. He was lying on a marble floor. White marble with veins of gold running through it, polished to a mirror shine. Massive columns rose around him, disappearing into shadows far overhead. The light came from torches that burned without flickering, casting everything in warm amber. And there were people. Short people, coming closer, with long fingers and pointed ears and sharp teeth visible when they spoke. Not people. Harry had read enough of Dudley's abandoned picture books to know. Goblins. One of them crouched down, bringing its face level with Harry's. Dark eyes studied him with an expression Harry couldn't read. "Human child. You operate into Gringotts Bank." The goblin's English was accented but clear. "This is not permitted." Harry tried to push himself up and his arms gave out. The pain was too much. He collapsed back to the marble, and something wet and warm trickled down his spine. The belt had broken skin. The goblin's nostrils flared. "You are bleeding." "Sorry." Harry's voice came out as a croak. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I don't know how I got here. Please don't send me back. Please, I'll leave. I'll go somewhere else. Just please don't. Silence. The goblin held up one long finger. Harry's mouth snapped shut. You are injured. You are a child. These are facts. The goblin's head tilted. You are also magical, to have opera at your age. This is unusual. Another goblin approached, this one in armor that gleamed like bronze. They exchanged words in that harsh, clicking language. The armored one gestured sharply at Harry, then at the massive bronze doors at the far end of the hall. Griphook! The first goblin stood. Fetch a healer. And summon the identification team. Director Ragnarok should be informed, the armored goblin said. A breach of this nature. I will inform the director when I know what we are dealing with. First, we determine who this child is and why he appeared in our hall bleeding and terrified. Then we decide what happens next. Harry watched this exchange from the floor, too exhausted to move. The goblins didn't seem angry, not exactly. They seemed professional. Like this was a problem to be solved rather than a crime to be punished. It was the strangest feeling. Harry couldn't remember the last time an adult had looked at him and seen a problem to be solved instead of a problem to be eliminated. The goblin, Griphook, the other one had called him, returned with two more goblins carrying what looked like a medical bag. They knelt beside Harry without asking permission and started examining him with cool, clinical efficiency. Multiple contusions. One of them ran a device that looked like a tuning fork over Harry's back. Lacerations from a leather implement. Scarring indicates repeated prior injury. Malnutrition evident in bone density. The goblin's voice was flat, reciting facts. Signs of magical exhaustion consistent with uncontrolled apparition. How old is this child? The first goblin asked. Bone structure suggests 5 to 6 years. And the scarring? Years of accumulation. Some injuries date to infancy. Silence. Harry kept his eyes fixed on the marble floor. He knew what they were seeing. He'd seen it himself, the few times he'd caught his reflection in the bathroom mirror, the web of old marks across his shoulders, the bumpy line on his forearm from when Aunt Petunia's frying pan had caught him wrong. The identification, the first goblin said quietly. Now. Someone took Harry's hand. He flinched, couldn't help it, but the grip was careful. A thin blade appeared. Harry's breath caught, and then a single drop of his blood fell onto a piece of parchment that definitely hadn't been there a second ago. The parchment glowed. Lines of text began appearing, written in ink that shimmered gold and then settled into black. The goblins gathered around it, and Harry heard a sharp intake of breath from more than one of them. Get Director Ragnarok. The first goblin's voice had changed. Get him now. They moved Harry to a different room while they waited. This one was smaller, warmer, with actual furniture instead of just marble floors. A goblin healer worked on his back with something that smelled like metal and herbs, and the pain faded from screaming agony to dull throb. Drink this. A cup was pressed into Harry's hands. He hesitated. It is water. Nothing more. You are dehydrated. Harry drank. The water was cold and clean and he couldn't remember anything ever tasting so good. When did you last eat? The healer asked. I don't know. Harry thought about it. There was some bread. 2 days ago, maybe 3. The healer made a sound that might have been a curse in gobbledygook. More rapid-fire conversation with the other goblins in the room. Harry caught the word human, repeated several times, spoken with what sounded like disgust. The door opened. Every goblin in the room straightened. The goblin who entered was old. That was Harry's first impression. Old and hard, like a stone that had been weathered for centuries but never worn down. He wore robes of deep crimson with gold thread, and the other goblins inclined their heads as he passed. "Leave us," the old goblin said. "All of you." They filed out without protest. The door closed. Harry and the old goblin stared at each other. "You are Harry James Potter." It wasn't a question. Harry nodded slowly. "Son of James Fleamont Potter and Lily Potter née Evans. Heir to the ancient and noble house of Potter. Godson of Sirius Orion Black, himself lord of the ancient and noble house of Black. Bearer of blood debts owed by no fewer than 17 wizarding families. Last of a line that has banked with Gringotts for over 400 years. The old goblin moved closer. And you appeared on my floor in the middle of the night, age 6, beaten half to death and starving." Harry didn't know what to say to that. Most of those words didn't even make sense to him. I'm just Harry. I live with my aunt and uncle. They said my parents died in a car crash." "Your parents," the old goblin said slowly, "were murdered by the darkest wizard of the modern age. Your mother sacrificed herself to save you. The magical backlash destroyed the wizard and left you with that scar on your forehead." He pointed. "You are not just Harry. You are the boy who lived, the vanquisher of Lord Voldemort, and one of the most famous wizards in Britain. You are also, according to our inheritance protocols, owed a very great deal of gold." Harry touched his scar automatically. He'd always had it. Aunt Petunia said he'd gotten it in the car crash. Aunt Petunia had apparently lied about a lot of things. "My name is Ragnarok," the old goblin continued. "I am the director of Gringotts Bank. More relevantly to our current situation, I am the High King of the Goblin Nation." He settled into the chair across from Harry. "Tell me about your aunt and uncle. Tell me everything." So Harry did. He talked about the cupboard under the stairs, which had been his bedroom for as long as he could remember. About cooking breakfast at 4 years old because Aunt Petunia said freaks had to earn their keep. About the days without food when he did something wrong, or when Dudley lied about him doing something wrong, or when Vernon just felt like it. About the belt, and the frying pan, and the time Vernon had locked him outside overnight in January. He talked about Freak being his name more often than Harry. About being told his parents were drunks and layabouts who'd gotten themselves killed. About wearing Dudley's enormous hand-me-downs and being punished for outgrowing his shoes. He talked about the weird things that happened sometimes. His hair growing back overnight after Aunt Petunia shaved it off. Finding himself on the school roof when Dudley's gang was chasing him. A teacher's wig turning blue for no reason. Ragnarok listened without interrupting. His expression didn't change, but something in his eyes grew colder with every word Harry spoke. When Harry finally ran out of things to say, the silence stretched long. "Do you know," Ragnarok said quietly, "what the penalty is for mistreating a child under Goblin law?" Harry shook his head. "Death. Swift and without appeal." Ragnarok's lips pulled back from his teeth. "We are not a forgiving people, Mr. Potter. We do not believe in second chances for those who harm the young. Children are sacred. Children are the future. Anyone who would damage a child has forfeited their right to exist." Harry stared at him. No adult had ever talked like this before. No adult had ever suggested that what happened to Harry was wrong, actually wrong, deserving of punishment wrong. "Unfortunately," Ragnarok continued, "I cannot execute your aunt and uncle under Goblin law. They are not citizens of the Goblin Nation. They are wizards, or at least, your aunt has magical blood, however diluted, and therefore fall under the jurisdiction of the British Ministry of Magic." He paused. "However." That one word hung in the air like a blade. "However, there are other approaches. The House of Potter and the Goblin Nation have a long history, Mr. Potter. Your many times great-grandfather saved King Ragnar I from assassination during the Goblin Rebellion of 1612. A blood debt was incurred. That debt has never been called. Ragnar's smile was not a nice thing to see. Until now. I don't understand, Harry said. You will. Ragnar stood. For now, understand this, you are not going back to those people. Ever. The Goblin nation claims you under the right of sanctuary, you appeared on our sovereign territory, injured and seeking refuge, and we grant it. Any attempt to remove you will be considered an act of war. Harry's heart was beating very fast. You'd go to war? For me? For an abused child of an allied house who appeared in my hall begging not to be sent back? Mr. Potter, I would tear down the ministry stone by stone. Ragnar moved toward the door. But we need not be so dramatic. There are quieter ways to destroy those who would harm a child under our protection. More satisfying ways. He glanced back. Rest tonight. Heal. Tomorrow we begin. Begin what? Ragnar's smile showed all his teeth. War, Mr. Potter. Of a kind your relatives will never see coming. The door closed behind him. Harry sat alone in the warm room, wearing borrowed clothes that actually fit, his wounds treated, his stomach full for the first time in days. He thought he should probably be scared. The goblins were clearly dangerous, and Ragnar had just casually talked about killing people and starting wars. But Harry wasn't scared. He felt something else entirely, something he'd never felt before. Safe. He felt safe. And somewhere deep in his chest, in that place that had cracked open when he'd screamed and the world turned inside out, something new was beginning to grow. Morning in Gringotts came without sunlight. Harry woke to the sound of a gong echoing through stone corridors, and for one terrible moment he thought he was back in the cupboard. Then he opened his eyes and saw the carved ceiling, the glowing crystals that served as lamps, the actual bed he was lying in, a bed, not a cot, not a pile of blankets on a shelf, and he remembered. He was in a goblin bank. The goblins were going to protect him. The goblins were going to go to war. A knock at the door. Enter, Harry said, and then felt silly because what 6-year-old says enter? But the door opened and Grip Hook stepped in like it was perfectly normal. You are awake. Good. Grip Hook carried a tray with food on it. Actual food, bacon and eggs and toast, more than Harry had ever been allowed to eat at once. The director wishes to see you after you've eaten. There are matters to discuss. Harry scrambled to sit up, wincing when the movement pulled at his healing back. What kind of matters? Your placement, your education, your accounts, and the small matter of declaring your relatives unfit guardians before the Wisengamot. Grip Hook set the tray on Harry's lap. Eat. You'll need your strength. Harry ate. He tried to go slowly, remembering what happened when he'd stuffed himself sick after one of the longer punishments. But the food was right there and hot and perfect, and his body kept demanding more. Grip Hook watched him with an expression Harry couldn't read. How long since you had a proper meal? Grip Hook asked. Harry swallowed a mouthful of eggs. I don't know what proper means. Sufficient calories to maintain growth. A balanced diet. Regular intervals. Oh. Harry thought about it. Never then. At the Dursleys I got whatever was left after they finished. Usually Dudley ate most of it. Dudley? My cousin. He's bigger than me. Harry paused. Everyone's bigger than me. Grip Hook made a note on a small pad he'd produced from somewhere. We will be compiling a full record of your treatment. The director believes documentation will be valuable when the time comes. The time for what? Accountability. Grip Hook said the word like it tasted good. Finish your meal. We have a schedule to keep. Director Ragnar's office was nothing like the Dursleys' house. It was built for someone who actually mattered. High ceilings, walls lined with weapons and trophies, a desk carved from a single piece of dark stone. Ragnar sat behind that desk like a king on his throne, which Harry supposed he basically was. There were other goblins present. Harry counted 7, all in different styles of dress, some in armor, some in robes, one in what looked like a leather apron covered in scorch marks. Mr. Potter. Ragnar gestured to a chair that had been modified to human height. Sit. We have much to discuss. Harry sat. Every goblin eye was on him, and he had the sudden uncomfortable feeling of being evaluated. You have been examined by our healers, Ragnar said. The full report is disturbing. Malnutrition has stunted your growth significantly. You should be several inches taller and a stone heavier. The scarring indicates systematic abuse over the majority of your life. There is evidence of magical suppression. Your core has been repeatedly depleted by environmental stress, preventing normal development. Harry didn't understand all of that, but he got the general idea. The Dursleys hadn't just hurt him. They damaged him in ways that might be permanent. Additionally, our account managers have conducted an audit of the Potter vaults. Ragnar's voice went harder. There are irregularities. One of the other goblins stepped forward, the one in robes, with silver spectacles perched on his nose. I am Goldback, Senior Account Manager for the Potter Holdings. What I am about to tell you is confidential and protected under 17 different banking treaties. Harry nodded even though he was starting to feel lost. The Potter family vault has been accessed 23 times since your parents' deaths. Withdrawals totaling 47,000 galleons have been made. Goldback's lips thinned. The authorized signature on these withdrawals belongs to Albus Dumbledore, in his capacity as your magical guardian. Who? Harry asked. Silence. The goblins exchanged glances. Albus Dumbledore, Ragnar said slowly, is the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He is the chief warlock of the Wizengamot. He is the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. He is, by most measures, the most powerful wizard in Britain. Ragnar's fingers drummed against his desk. He is also, apparently, the man who placed you with your abusive relatives and has been spending your family's gold for the last 5 years. Harry's stomach, full of breakfast, suddenly felt like it was full of stones. The withdrawals were ostensibly for your care, Goldback continued. Guardian stipends, educational preparation, living expenses. At the rate of withdrawal, you should be living in considerable comfort. He removed his spectacles and polished them. Instead, you arrived here in rags, malnourished, and bearing the marks of repeated physical abuse. One might wonder where exactly the gold has gone. We intend to find out, Ragnar said. But first, we must secure your position. The wards of an abused child are not typically a matter for the Wizengamot, but you are Harry Potter. Your placement will become a political battleground the moment anyone realizes you've left Privet Drive. Which brings us to strategy. A goblin in armor, the same one from last night, Harry thought, stepped forward. I am Bloodfang, captain of the Gringotts Guard. The director has tasked me with what we are calling the Dursley campaign. Harry straightened. You're going to hurt them? Hurt is such a limited word. Bloodfang's smile was sharp. I am going to destroy them. Not their bodies, that would be too quick, and it would give them the sympathy of martyrdom. I am going to destroy their reputations, their finances, their social standing, their sense of security. By the time I am finished, they will have nothing and no one, and everyone they know will understand exactly what kind of people they are. The other goblins nodded approvingly. We begin with the male, Vernon Dursley. Bloodfang produced a file from somewhere. He is employed at a company called Grunnings, which manufactures drills. A preliminary investigation suggests he has been embezzling from his employer for at least 3 years. How do you know that? Harry asked. We are goblins, Mr. Potter. We know money. Its movement leaves traces that we can read the way wizards read books. Bloodfang flipped open the file. Vernon Dursley has been skimming from the expense accounts, padding contracts with companies that do not exist, and accepting bribes from suppliers. The total is not large by goblin standards, perhaps £50,000, but it is more than enough to end his career and quite possibly send him to prison. Harry thought about Vernon's endless lectures on the importance of hard work and honest living. He always said people who steal should be locked up. Then he will appreciate the consistency. Bloodfang moved on. The female, Petunia Dursley, is more challenging. She does not work. Her crimes are domestic and therefore harder to prosecute. However, she is extremely invested in her social standing within her community. She chairs the neighborhood watch. She organizes the garden competition. She is, according to our sources, the most dedicated gossip on Privet Drive. She cares about what the neighbors think more than anything, Harry confirmed. She was always telling me to stay hidden so I wouldn't embarrass her. Then we will ensure the neighbors learn exactly what kind of woman she is. The abuse you suffered was not invisible. There are records. School reports noting your injuries. Hospital visits that were never followed up. Neighbors who heard things but chose not to act. Bloodfang's eyes glittered. We will compile these records. We will ensure they reach the appropriate people. And we will watch as Petunia Dursley's carefully constructed image crumbles around her. The child, Dudley, presents an ethical consideration. This from another goblin, one Harry hadn't noticed, female, older, with kind eyes that seemed out of place in this room full of predators. He is young. His behavior is learned. There is an argument to be made for mercy. He helped, Harry said quietly. Everyone looked at him. He didn't just watch. He helped. He'd hold me down sometimes so Vernon could, and he'd make up stories about things I did, so I'd get in trouble. He thought it was funny. Harry's hands were shaking. He pressed them flat against his thighs. He's only a year older than me. He knew what he was doing. The older goblin nodded slowly. Then we will not shield him. His role in your abuse will be documented alongside his parents. The consequences for a child will be different. Expulsion, perhaps, social services involvement, but there will be consequences. This is our opening move, Ragnar said. The Dursley campaign is about more than punishment. It is about establishing precedent. The Goblin Nation does not tolerate the abuse of children, and those who commit such acts against those under our protection will face systematic destruction. When the wizarding world sees what we do to these muggles, they will think twice before raising a hand against any child connected to us. Harry absorbed this. It was a lot to take in. Yesterday he'd been locked in a cupboard, expecting another beating. Today he was sitting in the office of the Goblin King while warriors planned the total annihilation of his relatives' lives. What happens to me? He asked. While all this is going on. You stay here. Ragnar's voice softened fractionally. Gringotts will be your home for the foreseeable future. You will be educated, in magic, in finance, in the history and customs of both goblin and wizarding society. You will heal, physically and otherwise. And when the time comes for you to re-enter the wizarding world, you will do so as the heir of House Potter, raised by the Goblin Nation, and wholly unsuitable for anyone's manipulation. What if they try to take me back? This Dumbledore person? Let him try. Ragnar bared his teeth. The right of sanctuary is older than his precious ministry. You claimed refuge on Goblin soil. We granted it. Any attempt to remove you without your consent is an act of war against the Goblin Nation, and we have been itching for an excuse to remind the wizards why they should fear us. Harry thought about that. An army of goblins, ready to fight for him. A king who called him Mr. Potter and spoke to him like an actual person. People who were angry about what had happened to him, not annoyed, not dismissive, but genuinely, righteously furious. "I have a question," Harry said. "Ask." "Why?" "I mean," Harry struggled to find the words. "I'm just a kid. I don't have anything to offer you. Why would you do all this for me?" Ragnak was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was different, less king, more something else. "Goblins have a long memory, Mr. Potter. We remember every slight, every insult, every broken treaty. The wizards think this makes us bitter. Petty." He shook his head. "They do not understand. We remember because memory is how we honor those who came before. We remember because the past shapes the present." He stood and moved to the wall, where a tapestry hung depicting a battle scene, goblins and wizards fighting side by side. "Your ancestor, Harold Potter, saved my ancestor's life. He owed nothing to the Goblin King. He was a wizard, and in those days wizards and goblins were at war more often than not. But Harold saw an ambush unfolding, and he acted. He took a curse meant for King Ragnak's heart." Ragnak touched the tapestry. "The debt was never called because your family never needed to call it. You were wealthy. You were powerful. You were protected." He turned back to Harry. "But you walked into my hall with blood on your back and terror in your eyes, asking only not to be sent back to your abusers. A child of the house that saved my house, broken and desperate and alone." Ragnak's jaw tightened. "The debt is called, Mr. Potter. And we will pay it in full." Harry's eyes were burning. He blinked hard, refusing to cry in front of all these warriors. "There is also," Ragnak added, and some of the hardness returned to his voice, "the practical consideration. You are Harry Potter, the boy who lived. When you come of age, you will be a political force in the wizarding world whether you wish it or not. Having you raised with goblin values, educated in goblin ways, loyal to the goblin nation, this is not charity, Mr. Potter. This is an investment." Harry actually laughed, startling himself. "So you're helping me because my family helped you, and also because it's good business? Is there a better combination?" Ragnak returned to his desk. "Honor and profit, Mr. Potter. The twin pillars of goblin society. We will do right by you because it is owed, and because it benefits us. Anyone who tells you their motives are pure is either lying or stupid. We are neither." It was, Harry thought, the most honest thing an adult had ever said to him. "Okay," he said. "What do I do now?" "Now? You rest. You heal. You begin learning our language. No proper member of this community is monolingual." Ragnak waved a hand. "Griphook will be your primary guardian. He will see to your education and welfare. In time, you will begin training appropriate to your position." "Training?" "Combat. Finance. Politics. Magic, when you are old enough for formal instruction." Ragnak's eyes glittered. "You are the heir of an ancient and noble house, Mr. Potter. You will need to be able to defend yourself, manage your assets, navigate the cesspits of wizard government, and master your considerable magical potential. We have 5 years before you are expected at Hogwarts. We will use them well." 5 years. Harry tried to imagine what that would look like. Living here, in this underground city of stone and gold. Learning to fight like a goblin warrior, count coins like a goblin banker. Speaking their language, following their customs. Becoming something other than the freak in the cupboard. "I'll work hard," he said. "I promise." "I know you will." Ragnak's voice was almost gentle. "You have survived 6 years of systematic abuse, Mr. Potter. You have not been broken. That tells me everything I need to know about your character." He inclined his head. Welcome to Gringotts. Welcome to the Goblin Nation. And welcome to what I suspect will be a very interesting 5 years. The news of Harry's disappearance didn't break for 3 days. This was intentional. Ragnarok wanted the Dursley campaign to be well underway before the wizarding world started asking questions. So while Harry was settling into his new quarters, a small but comfortable room carved into the living rock, with a bed that actually had a mattress and sheets, Bloodfang and his team were working. Vernon Dursley's embezzlement evidence was delivered to Grunning's board of directors on a Monday morning. By Monday afternoon, he'd been escorted from the building by security. By Monday evening, the police had been called. Harry heard about this from Griphook, who reported it with undisguised satisfaction. He apparently screamed obscenities at the security guards. Several co-workers had to restrain him. The incident was witnessed by approximately 40 people, including 3 members of the local press who were there to cover an unrelated story. Convenient, Harry said. He was practicing his gobbledygook letters, struggling with a character that involved 3 separate throat clicks. Isn't it? Griphook peered at Harry's work. Your 3rd click is too soft. It sounds like you're clearing your throat rather than making a consonant. Harry tried again. Griphook winced. We'll keep practicing. The Petunia situation unfolded more slowly, as Bloodfawn had predicted. It began with a letter to the Neighborhood Watch Committee, anonymous, raising concerns about the welfare of a child at number 4, Privet Drive. This prompted a welfare check, which found no child, just Petunia's frantic explanations that her nephew was visiting relatives. Then came the school records. Also anonymously delivered, this time to the Parent-Teacher Association. Reports of Harry arriving with bruises. Notes about his small size, his skittishness, his tendency to flinch when adults moved too quickly. A letter from a concerned teacher, written years ago and apparently never acted upon, questioning whether someone should check on the situation at home. The neighborhood, which had long suspected something was off about the Dursleys' attitude toward their nephew, began to talk. Harry followed all of this through Griphook's reports, feeling oddly detached. These were things that were happening to the Dursleys, who were people he'd lived with for 6 years, and he found he couldn't bring himself to feel sorry for them. Every time he started to wonder if maybe this was going too far, he remembered the belt coming down, remembered the sound of Dudley's laughter, remembered Aunt Petunia's thin-lipped nod of permission. They'd had 6 years to be kind. They'd chosen differently. On the 4th day, Dumbledore came to Gringotts. Harry wasn't supposed to know about this. He was in the middle of his first magic lesson, a goblin approach to understanding one's own power that had nothing to do with wands, when he noticed his instructor's ears twitch toward the door. Something wrong? Harry asked. The instructor, an ancient goblin named Thornback who claimed to be over 300 years old, waved a gnarled hand. Politics. Not your concern. But Harry had lived with the Dursleys. He knew when adults were hiding something. Is it about me? Thornback studied him for a long moment. You are observant. This is good. He sighed. Yes, it is about you. The wizard Dumbledore has arrived, demanding your return. The director is handling it. Harry's heart started beating faster. Can he take me? The right of sanctuary is inviolable. You are safe. Thornback's voice was firm. The wizard has no legal standing here. He can demand all he wishes. We are under no obligation to comply. Harry wanted to believe that. He did believe it, mostly. But there was a small, terrified part of him that remembered what Ragnarok had said about Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard in Britain, the man who'd placed him with the Dursleys, the man who'd been spending his family's gold. Powerful people usually got what they wanted. That had been Harry's experience. Continue your breathing exercises, Thornback said. Find your center. The external world cannot shake you if your foundation is secure. Harry tried. He closed his eyes and reached for that place inside him, the warm hum of his magic, the thing the goblins called his core. It was harder now, with his pulse racing and his thoughts spiraling, but he'd been practicing for 3 days and it was getting easier. Breathe in. Feel the magic. Breathe out. Let it settle. Thornback made an approving sound. Good. Again. The meeting between Ragnock and Dumbledore lasted 4 hours. Harry only learned the details later, pieced together from Griphook's account and the things Ragnock himself chose to share. But the shape of it was this. Dumbledore had arrived at Gringotts demanding to see Harry Potter immediately. He'd invoked his position as magical guardian, as chief warlock, as supreme mugwump. He'd expressed grave concern about the child's welfare and the international implications of the Goblin nation harboring a British citizen. Ragnock had invited him to a private meeting. Behind closed doors, with no witnesses, the Goblin King had presented Dumbledore with evidence. Medical reports documenting Harry's injuries. Photographs taken by Goblin healers, showing the scars and bruises and marks of malnutrition. A timeline of abuse stretching back to infancy. Financial records showing the 47,000 galleons withdrawn from the Potter vaults. And then Ragnock had asked a simple question. Where did the money go? Dumbledore had apparently gone very pale. He claimed the gold was spent on protective wards, Griphook told Harry afterward. Special enchantments around your relative's home, designed to keep you safe from Death Eaters and other threats. He produced documentation showing contracts with ward crafters, receipts for rare materials. Is that true? Harry asked. The contracts are real. The ward crafters exist. The work was done. Griphook's smile was thin. But here is the interesting thing, Mr. Potter. The wards around number 4, Privet Drive, are blood wards. They are powered by family connection, by the blood you share with Petunia Dursley. Such wards are ancient and nearly impossible to break. They are also, crucially, free. They require no materials. They require no ward crafters. They are created by the simple fact of you living with blood relatives. Harry stared at him. So the 47,000 galleons was spent on something else entirely. Or perhaps not spent at all. Griphook shrugged. The director has requested a full audit of Dumbledore's financial records in his capacity as your guardian. Dumbledore has refused. This refusal has been noted. What does that mean? It means we have leverage, Mr. Potter. It means that when this matter comes before the Wizengamot, and it will, we will be able to ask questions that Dumbledore does not want answered. Harry thought about the old wizard he never met, the man who'd put him with the Dursleys, who'd taken his gold, who was now trying to drag him back. He's not going to give up, is he? No. Griphook's voice was matter-of-fact. Dumbledore believes he is right. He believes your placement with the Dursleys was necessary, that the abuse was an acceptable price for your protection, that the ends justify the means. He will fight for you because he genuinely thinks he knows what's best. That's worse, Harry said slowly. If he was just evil, it would be simpler. But he thinks he's good. Griphook looked at him with something like respect. You understand politics better than most adults, Mr. Potter. Yes. Dumbledore's certainty makes him dangerous. He will not back down because he believes backing down would be wrong. So what happens now? Now we wait. Dumbledore will take this to the Ministry, and the Ministry will take it to the Wizengamot. There will be hearings. There will be arguments. There will be a great deal of posturing and grandstanding. Griphook bared his teeth. And in the end, Mr. Potter, we will win. Because we have the truth, and we have documentation, and we have something Dumbledore forgot to account for. What's that? You! Griphook's eyes glittered. The boy who lived, raised by goblins, telling the world what was done to him. There is no spell Dumbledore can cast that will erase that testimony. There is no manipulation that can undo the image of a 6-year-old child, scarred and starving, describing his cupboard and his beatings to a room full of witches and wizards. Harry's stomach twisted. I'll have to talk about it. In front of everyone? Eventually. Not yet. For now, we build our case and you build your strength. Griphook's voice softened slightly. You are not alone in this, Mr. Potter. The Goblin Nation stands behind you. And we do not lose. That night, Harry lay in his bed and stared at the ceiling of his room. The stone was carved with patterns he was starting to recognize. Goblin clan symbols, he thought, maybe wards of protection. Everything had changed so fast. A week ago he'd been Harry, the freak, the burden, the boy in the cupboard. Now he was Harry Potter, heir of an ancient and noble house, ward of the Goblin King, target of the most powerful wizard in Britain. It should have been terrifying. In some ways it was. But mostly, lying in his actual bed in his actual room, with a full stomach and healed wounds and people who were fighting for him, Harry felt something he'd never felt before. He felt like he mattered. Not because of his scar or his fame or his dead parents. Those were things that had happened to him. They weren't who he was. He mattered because the goblins had looked at a broken, starving child and decided he was worth protecting. He mattered because Ragnarok had seen his scars and declared war. He mattered because Griphook was teaching him to read and Thornback was teaching him to feel his magic and Bloodfawn was systematically destroying everyone who'd ever hurt him. He mattered because he was here, now alive, and learning. Harry closed his eyes. Tomorrow there would be more lessons, more revelations, more of the complicated political chess game being played around him. Tomorrow Dumbledore would be maneuvering and the Ministry would be stirring and the wizarding world would be waking up to the fact that the boy who lived wasn't where they'd left him. But tonight, for the first time in his life, Harry Potter fell asleep feeling safe. And in his dreams he walked through halls of gold and marble, and the goblins who passed him nodded with respect, and the voice of a king said, "Welcome home." The Wizengamot summons arrived on the 7th day. A formal scroll, delivered by a nervous-looking wizard who clearly would rather have been anywhere else, demanding Harry Potter's presence at a hearing to determine his proper guardianship. Attached was a motion filed by one Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, arguing that the Goblin Nation had no legal right to house a human child and that Harry must be returned to appropriate magical custody. Ragnarok read the summons, smiled his terrible smile, and began to laugh. "He's actually doing it," the Goblin King said. "The old fool is actually taking this to open court." "Is that bad?" Harry asked. He was in Ragnarok's office again, called there as soon as the summons arrived. "Bad? Mr. Potter, this is a gift." Ragnarok set the scroll aside. "Dumbledore could have maneuvered quietly. He could have applied political pressure, called in favors, arranged for the matter to be settled behind closed doors. Instead, he has chosen to fight this publicly, in front of the full Wizengamot, where every word will be recorded and every piece of evidence will become part of the permanent record. Why is that good for us? Because we have evidence, Mr. Potter. Evidence he cannot refute, cannot bury, cannot make disappear. Once it enters the official record, it exists forever. Every witch and wizard in Britain will know what was done to you, and who allowed it to happen." Ragnarok's eyes gleamed. "Dumbledore has made a mistake. He is so accustomed to controlling information that he has forgotten what happens when he cannot." Bloodfawn entered without knocking. "Director, the Dursley situation has progressed." Report. Vernon Dursley has been formally charged with embezzlement and fraud. He is currently in police custody awaiting trial. Bail has been denied due to flight risk, Apparently, he attempted to book tickets to Spain when he realized the investigation was serious. Harry snorted. He couldn't help it. Vernon, who'd always lectured about the importance of facing consequences, had tried to run. Petunia Dursley has been visited by Child Protective Services, Blood Fawn continued. They are investigating the historical reports of abuse. She is claiming that Harry Potter never existed, that he was a figment of imagination, that the neighbors and teachers are all lying. This defense is not going well. And the boy? Dudley? Expelled from his school pending investigation. Several of his classmates have come forward with accounts of his bullying behavior. It seems Harry Potter was not his only victim. Bloodfang's expression was satisfied. The family is being thoroughly destroyed. Good. Ragnock turned back to Harry. You see, Mr. Potter? This is goblin warfare. No blood spilled, no spells cast. Just the steady application of truth to those who built their lives on lies. Harry nodded slowly. He was starting to understand the goblin approach. Direct violence was satisfying but limited. Real destruction came from dismantling someone's entire world, piece by piece, until there was nothing left. It was, he had to admit, kind of brilliant. The hearing is in 2 weeks, Ragnock said. We have much to prepare. You will need to testify, Mr. Potter. Are you ready for that? Harry thought about standing in front of a room full of strangers, talking about the cupboard and the belt and the hunger. His stomach churned. No, he admitted. But I'll do it anyway. That, Ragnock said, is the correct answer. Bravery is not the absence of fear. It is action in spite of fear. He stood. We will prepare you. We will drill your testimony until you can deliver it in your sleep. And when the time comes, you will look Albus Dumbledore in the eye and tell the truth about what he allowed to happen. Harry straightened his spine. Yes, sir. Good. Ragnock moved toward the door. Now go find Griphook. You have a language lesson, and your pronunciation is still terrible. Despite everything, Harry laughed. It felt strange in his throat. He wasn't used to laughing, not really. But it felt good, too. He was learning a language. He was preparing for a political battle. He was being taught to fight and manage money and feel his own magic. And somewhere in Britain, the Dursleys were watching their lives collapse around them, and the most powerful wizard in the country was about to learn that he made a very serious mistake. Harry Potter smiled. For the first time in his life, he couldn't wait to see what happened next. The night before the hearing, Ragnock called Harry to his office one final time. Tomorrow will be difficult, the Goblin King said. You will face hostile questioning. You will be called a liar. Your memories will be doubted, your motives questioned, your character attacked. Dumbledore's allies will do everything they can to discredit you. Harry sat straight in his chair. 2 weeks of preparation had changed him, not physically, not yet, but something in the way he held himself. The goblins noticed. They'd started nodding to him in the corridors, brief acknowledgments of a peer rather than glances at a curiosity. I'm ready, Harry said. Are you? Ragnock leaned forward. Tell me, Mr. Potter, what is your goal for tomorrow? Harry had thought about this. To tell the truth. To make sure everyone knows what the Dursleys did, and what Dumbledore allowed. Good. But incomplete. Ragnock's eyes were sharp. The truth is a weapon, Mr. Potter. How you wield it matters as much as the truth itself. You can tell your story to evoke pity, and the Wizengamot will see you as a victim, someone to be protected, managed, controlled. Or you can tell your story to evoke respect, and they will see you as a survivor, someone who endured the unendurable and emerged unbroken. What's the difference? Victims are acted upon. Survivors act. Ragnar's voice was hard. When you speak tomorrow, do not seek sympathy. Seek acknowledgement. Do not ask them to feel sorry for you. Make them understand what you overcame. Do you see the distinction? Harry did. It was like the difference between Dudley crying to Aunt Petunia after a scraped knee, all pathetic wails and demands for comfort, and Harry getting up after a beating, washing his own wounds, going back to his cupboard without a word. One of those was weakness performed. The other was strength demonstrated. I understand, Harry said. Then you are ready. Ragnar stood and extended his hand. Harry took it, a gesture of equals, not adult and child. Tomorrow, Mr. Potter, you begin the process of reclaiming your life. The Goblin Nation stands behind you. Whatever happens, remember, you are not alone. Harry squeezed the gnarled fingers. I won't forget. See that you don't. Ragnar released him. Now get some sleep. Tomorrow, we go to war. Harry left the office and walked through the torchlit corridors of Gringotts. Tomorrow he would face the Wizengamot, face Dumbledore, face the entire wizarding world's judgment. But tonight he walked through halls that had become home, past goblins who had become family, toward a room that was his own. The scared boy in the cupboard felt very far away. And somewhere, in a holding cell, Vernon Dursley was learning that actions have consequences. Somewhere, in an empty house, Petunia Dursley was learning that reputation is fragile. Somewhere, in an office at Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore was preparing arguments that would not save him. Harry smiled in the darkness. The Goblin Nation does not forget debts, or injuries to those under our protection. Tomorrow, the wizarding world would remember why. Chapter 2: The Dursley Campaign. Vernon Dursley had never been so humiliated in his entire life. The holding cell at the Surrey police station smelled like disinfectant and despair. The bench was hard plastic. The fluorescent lights buzzed constantly, a high-pitched whine that drilled into his skull. And worst of all, the officer who'd processed him had looked at him, Vernon Dursley, respectable businessman, pillar of the community, like he was common criminal scum. There's been a mistake, Vernon said for the 100th time. I want to speak to my solicitor. I have rights. The officer on duty didn't even look up from his paperwork. Your solicitor's been contacted, Mr. Dursley. He'll be here when he gets here. This is outrageous. Do you know who I am? Yeah. The officer's voice was flat. You're the bloke who's been nicking from his company for 3 years. Sit tight. Vernon's face went purple. Nicking. Like he was some common thief, some low-life shoplifter. He'd earned that money. He'd worked harder than anyone else at Grunnings, put in longer hours, sacrificed his weekends. If he'd adjusted a few expense reports, padded a few contracts, it was only what he was owed. Compensation for his dedication. The board of directors hadn't seen it that way. Neither had the police. Vernon slumped on the bench, his mind racing through the events of the past week. Monday morning, normal as anything, and then suddenly there were auditors in his office, going through his files, asking questions he didn't have answers for. By lunchtime, security was escorting him out. By evening, the police had arrived at Privet Drive. Petunia had screamed. Dudley had cried. The neighbors had watched from behind their curtains, whispering, judging. Vernon had seen Mrs. Number 7 actually smile as the police car pulled away. How had this happened? The discrepancies in the accounts had been buried deep. He'd been careful, or he thought he'd been careful. But somehow, someone had put together a perfect paper trail, every dodgy transaction highlighted, every fake company exposed, every bribe documented. It was almost like someone had been watching him for years, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Vernon shook his head. Paranoid thinking. He was stressed, that was all. The investigation must have been going on for months, some junior auditor with too much time on his hands deciding to play detective. But in the back of his mind, a small voice whispered, "The freak disappeared the same week everything fell apart." Coincidence? Vernon told the voice to shut up. Petunia Dursley stood in her kitchen and stared at the letter in her hands. It was from the Surrey County Council, Department of Children's Services. An investigation had been opened into historical allegations of child abuse at No. 4, Privet Drive. A social worker would be visiting within the week to conduct interviews and assess the home environment. Cooperation was expected. Child abuse. The words blurred before her eyes. This was that boy's fault. Somehow, impossibly, this was Harry Potter's fault. He'd vanished, disappeared from his cupboard without a trace, no sign of how he'd gotten out or where he'd gone, and now, suddenly, everyone was asking questions. The school had called. Old reports, they said, from teachers who'd been concerned about Harry's injuries, his small size, his flinching. Reports that Petunia had thought buried and forgotten. Someone had dug them up. The hospital had called. Records of visits, minor injuries that had never quite added up, a pattern that someone had finally decided to examine. Someone with questions about why a child would have so many accidents. And worst of all, the neighbors were talking. Petunia had built her life on reputation. On being the best-kept lawn, the cleanest windows, the most put-together family on the street. She'd organized the garden competition for 6 years running. She'd chaired the neighborhood watch. She'd cultivated an image of domestic perfection that everyone admired and envied. Now they were looking at her differently. The conversations that stopped when she approached. The knowing glances exchanged behind her back. Mrs. Number 3 had crossed the street to avoid her yesterday, actually crossed the street, like Petunia had some kind of disease. Someone was feeding them information. Petunia was certain of it. Little details about the boy's treatment, things only someone inside the house could know. But there'd been no one inside the house except family. Unless the boy himself had talked. Unless he was out there somewhere, telling stories, spreading lies, destroying everything Petunia had built. She crumpled the letter in her fist. None of this was her fault. The boy had been a burden from the start, dumped on her doorstep with nothing but a letter thrust into her perfect life against her will. If she'd been harsh with him, it was only because harshness was necessary. The boy was dangerous, freakish, unnatural, touched by the same wrongness that had infected her sister. She'd been protecting her family. Protecting Dudley. Protecting normal, decent people from the contamination of that other world. The doorbell rang. Petunia flinched. Through the frosted glass, she could make out a figure in professional clothes, carrying a clipboard. The social worker. A day early. Petunia smoothed her hair, composed her face, and went to answer the door. She had nothing to hide. She had done nothing wrong. She almost believed it. Dudley Dursley sat alone in his room, surrounded by toys he didn't want to play with. School was gone. His friends were gone. Even his parents were barely there, Dad in jail, Mum locked in the kitchen having whispered phone conversations that stopped whenever he came near. It wasn't fair. None of this was fair. All he'd done was what he'd always done, and suddenly everyone was treating him like some kind of monster. The school had called it a pattern of bullying behavior. They'd brought out reports, testimonies from other kids, accounts of the things Dudley had done over the years. Hitting. Name-calling. Stealing lunch money. Organizing games of Harry hunting that had left more than just Harry with bruises. Dudley hadn't thought anything of it at the time. It was just fun. Just what everyone did. The weak kids got picked on, and the strong kids did the picking. That was how the world worked. But the headmaster hadn't seen it that way. Neither had the parents of the other kids, who'd apparently been waiting years for someone to finally do something. The complaints poured in once the investigation started, dozens of them, enough to get Dudley expelled and referred for behavioral assessment. And everyone blamed him. Not his parents, who'd praised him every time he won a fight. Not the teachers, who'd looked the other way for years. Just Dudley, like he'd invented bullying all by himself. The worst part was the look on people's faces when they talked about his cousin. That Potter kid, they called him. The one who disappeared. The one whose absence had started all this. They talked about Harry like he was some kind of victim. Like Dudley and his family had been cruel to him. But Harry had deserved it. Hadn't he? He'd been weird, and weak, and different. He'd made strange things happen. He'd been a burden on the whole family, eating their food and taking up space that could have been Dudley's second bedroom. Dudley had done what his parents wanted. He'd helped keep Harry in his place. He'd been a good son. And now his father was in jail, and his mother was crying, and his school had kicked him out, and the whole neighborhood was whispering about what kind of family raised a boy like Dudley Dursley. A knock at his door. His mother's voice, strained and high. "Dudley? The social worker wants to talk to you." Dudley pulled his pillow over his head and pretended not to hear. Blood Fawn received the status reports in his office deep within Gringotts, a space that looked more like a war room than a workspace. Maps covered the walls, not of battlefields, but of financial networks, social connections, bureaucratic structures. Every pin represented an asset, a target, a lever of pressure. The Dursley campaign was proceeding exactly as planned. "Vernon Dursley's trial is scheduled for next month," his lieutenant reported. "The evidence is overwhelming. Our analysts predict a conviction and sentence of 2 to 4 years, plus restitution payments that will bankrupt the family." Blood Fawn nodded. "The property?" "Mortgage to the hilt. With Vernon's income gone and legal fees mounting, they'll lose the house within 6 months. We've ensured that no favorable buyers emerge. When number 4 finally goes to auction, the price will be disappointing." "And Petunia?" "The social services investigation is ongoing. She's hired a solicitor, but the documentation against her is extensive. Even if criminal charges aren't filed, her reputation is destroyed. She's been removed from all her community positions. The Neighborhood Watch elected a new chair yesterday." Blood Fawn allowed himself a small smile. "The boy? Dudley?" "Expelled. Under evaluation for placement in a behavioral program. Several of his former victims have filed civil complaints. Apparently, the Potter child wasn't his only target over the years." The lieutenant checked his notes. "His social circle has entirely collapsed. The children who were once his friends have been advised by their parents to keep their distance." "Good." Blood Fawn stood and moved to the largest map, tracing the web of connections that radiated from number 4, Privet Drive. "This is not about revenge, Lieutenant. Remember that. Revenge is emotional. This is about consequence." "Sir?" "The Dursleys believe they could abuse a child without cost. They believe their position, their reputation, their normalcy would protect them." Blood Fawn tapped a pin representing Vernon's now destroyed career. "We are demonstrating that this belief was false. Every action has a consequence. Every cruelty leaves a trace. The universe does not forget, and neither do we." The lieutenant nodded slowly. "The Wizarding observers have reported increased interest from the Ministry. They're watching the Dursleys' downfall with some confusion." "Of course they are. The Ministry has never understood that power doesn't require magic. They see Muggles as helpless, pitiable creatures to be protected or ignored." Bloodfang's teeth showed. "They forget that Muggles built empires while wizards were hiding in forests. They forget that Muggle weapons have killed more people than all the dark wizards in history combined. A well-placed truth can be more devastating than any curse. Should we be concerned about Ministry interference? In the Muggle matter? No. They won't dirty their hands with Muggle justice systems. Their attention will be on the Wisengamot hearing. Blood Fang returned to his desk. Speaking of which, how is Mr. Potter's preparation progressing? Griphook reports he's ready. The boy is remarkable, sir. He absorbs instruction like nothing they've ever seen. And his composure is unusual for his age. Suffering does that. It forces maturity. Bloodfang's voice was neutral, but something flickered in his eyes. The Dursleys made him hard. We'll make him strong. There's a difference. Yes, sir. Dismissed. Continue monitoring the campaign and report any significant developments. The lieutenant saluted and left. Blood Fang sat alone in his war room, studying the web of destruction he'd woven around 3 people in a house on Privet Drive. No blood had been spilled. No spells had been cast. Just information, precisely applied. The Goblins had been fighting this way for centuries, ever since they'd learned that direct warfare against wizards was costly and often futile. Why storm the gates when you could make them open from inside? Why attack your enemies when you could make them destroy themselves? Vernon Dursley's greed had always been his weakness. A few anonymous tips to the right people, and his own crimes had consumed him. Petunia Dursley's pride had always been her weakness. Expose the truths she'd hidden, and her precious reputation crumbled to dust. Dudley Dursley's cruelty had always been his weakness. Once the shield of parental protection failed, his victims had been only too happy to come forward. The Goblin Nation hadn't destroyed the Dursleys. The Goblin Nation had simply arranged for the Dursleys to be destroyed by their own choices, their own flaws, their own accumulated sins. It was, Blood Fang thought, the purest form of justice. Harry woke on the morning of the Wisengamot hearing feeling strangely calm. He'd expected to be nervous. He was about to stand before the most powerful magical court in Britain and testify about the worst experiences of his life. He was about to face Dumbledore, the man who'd placed him with the Dursleys, the man who thought he knew what was best. But the 2 weeks of preparation had done something to him. The endless practice sessions, the mock questionings, the hours spent with goblin advocates learning to control his voice and his expression, it had all compressed into something solid, something steady. He knew his story. He knew how to tell it. And he knew that the truth, plainly stated, was more powerful than any magic. You're awake. Griphook entered without knocking, carrying the formal robes Harry would wear. They were goblin-made, black with silver threading, cut to human proportions but unmistakably of goblin craftsmanship. A statement in cloth. I've been awake for hours, Harry admitted. Couldn't sleep. Nervous? Harry considered the question. No. Focused. There's a difference. Griphook's lips twitched, the closest he came to a smile. Ragnarok said you'd understand that distinction. Very well. Dress. We leave in 1 hour. The robes fit perfectly. Harry studied himself in the mirror, a small boy, still too thin, still bearing the marks of malnutrition in his narrow face and prominent cheekbones. But his eyes were clear. His posture was straight. And around his neck hung a small medallion, goblin forged, marking him as a ward of the Goblin Nation. He looked, he thought, like someone who had survived something terrible and come out the other side. Good. That was exactly what he wanted them to see. The Ministry of Magic was located beneath London, accessible through various magical entrances scattered around the city. Harry entered through a private portal inside Gringotts. Goblins preferred to avoid the public Flynn network, and emerged into a grand atrium that made even Gringotts' entrance hall look modest. Witches and wizards hurried in every direction, most of them too busy to notice the small entourage that had appeared near the golden fountain. But a few caught sight of Harry's goblin escort and stopped dead, staring. A boy. With goblins. Wearing goblin robes. What in Merlin's name? Harry ignored them. He'd been coached on this. Walk confidently, meet no one's eyes unless they speak to you first, let them wonder. Mystery was power. Uncertainty was leverage. Ragnarok led the way, flanked by 2 goblin guards in ceremonial armor. Behind them came Harry, with Grivhook at his side. More guards brought up the rear. The whole procession moved through the ministry like a blade through silk, crowds parting before them. Potter! A voice cut through the murmur of the crowd. Harry Potter! Harry didn't react. Neither did the goblins. They kept walking. That's him! The boy who lived! More voices now, rising in pitch and volume. Why is he with goblins? Where has he been? Someone get the minister! Ragnarok's guards formed up around Harry, blocking him from view. The Goblin King's voice was pitched to carry. Harry Potter is under the protection of the Goblin Nation. He is here to testify before the Wizengamot. Any attempt to interfere with his person will be considered an act of war. Is that understood? Silence. The kind of silence that falls when an apex predator enters the room and everyone suddenly realizes their prey. They walked on. The Wizengamot chamber was enormous, a circular room with tiered seating rising toward a domed ceiling enchanted to show shifting clouds. The seats were already filled, dozens of witches and wizards in plum-colored robes, the Hireri and appointed members of magical Britain's highest court. At the center of the room, in the space where the accused would normally sit, 2 chairs had been placed. One was a simple wooden seat. The other was a throne of sorts, carved with goblin runes, clearly brought in for this occasion. Ragnarok took the throne without asking permission. Harry sat in the wooden chair beside him. The chamber buzzed with whispered conversation. Harry picked out individual words, goblins, and impossible, and Dumbledore, and disappeared. But he didn't let himself focus on them. He found a point on the opposite wall and let his gaze rest there, breathing slowly, staying centered. A door opened at the top of the chamber. The whispering stopped. Albus Dumbledore entered the Wizengamot. Harry had never seen him before, but he recognized the man instantly from Griphook's descriptions. Tall and thin, with silver hair and a long beard, wearing robes of deep purple covered in silver stars. Half-moon spectacles perched on a crooked nose. And eyes, bright blue eyes that seemed to see everything. Those eyes found Harry immediately. Studied him. Something flickered across the old wizard's face, surprise, perhaps, or concern. Harry met his gaze without flinching. Dumbledore looked away first. This emergency session of the Wizengamot is now in order. The chief warlock's seat was occupied by a severe-looking witch with a monocle, Madame Marchbanks, Harry remembered from his briefings. She was ancient, respected, and most importantly, not aligned with Dumbledore. We are here to address the matter of custody and guardianship regarding one Harry James Potter, minor child and ward of the state. The petitioner is Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, claiming authority as the child's magical guardian. The respondent is Director Ragnarok of Gringotts Bank, representing the Goblin Nation's claim under the right of sanctuary. Both parties will have opportunity to present evidence and testimony. The Wizengamot will then deliberate and render judgment. She turned to Dumbledore. Mr. Dumbledore, as petitioner, you may begin. Dumbledore rose. His voice was warm, grandfatherly, designed to put people at ease. Thank you, Madame Marchbanks. Esteemed members of the Wizengamot. I come before you today not as Chief Warlock or Supreme Mugwump, but simply as a wizard who made a promise many years ago to protect a child. He began to pace, his robes swirling. On the night of October 31st, 1981, James and Lily Potter were murdered by Lord Voldemort. A ripple of unease at the name. Their son, Harry, survived, the only person ever to survive the killing curse. In that moment, he became both an orphan and a symbol. The boy who lived. Harry watched Dumbledore's performance with cool detachment. The old wizard was good, he had to admit. Every gesture, every pause, every modulation of tone was calculated for maximum effect. I took responsibility for young Harry's placement. His parents were named Sirius Black as godfather, but Mr. Black was. Dumbledore paused delicately. Unavailable. I sought the safest possible environment, one where Harry would be protected not just by walls and wards, but by the power of blood and love. Petunia Dursley, Lily Potter's sister, was the only remaining blood relative. Ancient magic dictates that a child sheltered by family blood is shielded from those who would do him harm. I placed Harry with the Dursleys, reinforced the blood wards with additional protections, and ensured that he would be hidden from the remaining followers of Voldemort until he was old enough to enter our world. Dumbledore turned to face Harry directly. I believed I was doing what was best. What was necessary. What James and Lily would have wanted, their son safe, alive, protected by the most powerful magic I could arrange. He spread his hands. Now I learn that Harry has left the protection of his family home. That he has been taken in by the Goblin Nation under circumstances that remain unclear. That claims of abuse are being made, claims I find deeply troubling if true. I am not here to dispute the Goblins' hospitality. I am here to ensure that Harry Potter is returned to the protection he needs, the protection his parents died to give him. Dumbledore sat. The chamber was silent. Madame Marchbanks turned to Ragnock. Director Ragnock, your response. Ragnock stood. Where Dumbledore had been warm, Ragnock was cold. Where Dumbledore had paced, Ragnock remained still. Where Dumbledore had spoken of love and protection, Ragnock spoke of something else entirely. Facts, Ragnock said. Let us begin with facts. He gestured, and a goblin aide produced a stack of documents. On the night of December 17th, a 6-year-old child appeared in the entrance hall of Gringotts Bank. He was bleeding. He was malnourished. He bore the marks of systematic physical abuse extending back years. He had apparat, accidental magic under extreme stress, from a location we now know to be number 4, Privet Drive, Surrey. The documents floated through the air, distributing themselves to the Wisengamot members. These are the medical reports compiled by our healers. Photographs of the child's injuries. Analysis of scarring patterns. Documentation of malnutrition effects on bone development and magical core growth. Wizards were opening the documents. Some of them went pale. One which made a sound of distress and looked away. The child identified himself as Harry Potter. Blood verification confirmed this identity. Upon learning who he was and where he had come from, I invoked the right of sanctuary, an ancient law older than the Ministry of Magic, which grants the Goblin Nation authority to shelter any being who appears on our territory seeking refuge from persecution. Ragnock's voice grew harder. Mr. Dumbledore speaks of protection, of blood wards, of safety. Allow me to show you what his protection looked like. He gestured again. This time, what appeared was not a document but an image, projected onto the air above the chamber floor. A photograph, magically enlarged. It showed Harry's back, the night he'd arrived at Gringotts. The fresh wounds from Vernon's belt. The older scars beneath them. The visible knobs of his spine, prominent through skin stretched too tight over too small bones. The chamber erupted. Voices overlapped, demands for explanation, cries of outrage, calls for order. Madame Marchbanks hammered her gavel repeatedly. Silence! Quiet fell. Madame Marchbank's face was rigid with controlled fury. Director Ragnock. This evidence, it is genuine? Verified by Goblin healers and available for independent confirmation. We invite any qualified medical professional to examine Mr. Potter and corroborate our findings. And this occurred while the child was in Mr. Dumbledore's care? Mr. Dumbledore placed Harry Potter with the Dursley family. Mr. Dumbledore maintained wards around their home. Mr. Dumbledore withdrew funds from the Potter family vaults ostensibly for the child's care. Ragnock's teeth showed. Mr. Dumbledore, by his own admission, was responsible for Harry Potter's placement and protection. This is what his responsibility produced. Dumbledore was on his feet. Madame Marchbanks, I must object to this. These images prove nothing about my involvement. If the Dursleys mistreated young Harry, it was without my knowledge or consent. I visited irregularly, trusted in the goodness of family bonds. You trusted. Ragnock's voice cut through Dumbledore's. You trusted, and a child was beaten. You trusted, and a child was starved. You trusted, and a child lived in a cupboard under the stairs for 5 years, treated as a servant and a burden, until he was so desperate that his magic broke through all suppression and carried him to the only place that might save him. The chamber was utterly silent. The Goblin Nation does not trust, Ragnock continued. The Goblin Nation verifies. We investigate. We document. And when we find that a child under our protection has been systematically abused, we act. He sat. I have nothing further. The evidence speaks for itself. If the Wizengamot wishes to hear from Mr. Potter directly, he is prepared to testify. Every eye turned to Harry. Madame Marchbanks studied him for a long moment. Mr. Potter, you are very young to testify before this body. Do you understand what that means? Harry stood. His voice was clear and steady. He'd practiced this exact moment dozens of times. Yes, ma'am. It means I'll tell the truth about what happened to me. And it means people will judge whether I'm telling it accurately. Are you willing to testify? Yes, ma'am. Then approach the witness platform. Harry walked to the small raised area at the center of the chamber. He was aware of hundreds of eyes on him, of Dumbledore's intense gaze, of the hushed anticipation filling the room. He'd been prepared for this. Ragnock had drilled him on the key principles: speak plainly, don't embellish, don't seek sympathy. Let the facts tell the story. Let the truth do its work. Madame Marchbanks began. Mr. Potter, please describe your living situation at number 4, Privet Drive. So Harry told them. He told them about the cupboard under the stairs, the spiders, the darkness, the narrow shelf that served as his bed. He described it simply, without emotion, just facts. The cupboard was 4 feet by 6 feet. He lived there from his earliest memory until the night he disappeared. His only light came from the crack beneath the door. He told them about the meals. Whatever was left after the Dursleys finished, served cold, eaten quickly before it could be taken away. Sometimes nothing at all, for days at a time, when he'd been punished for something. What sort of things were you punished for? Madame Marchbanks asked. Asking questions about my parents. Getting better marks than Dudley at school. Accidents, strange things that happened that I couldn't control. Existing, mostly. Uncle Vernon said I was a burden and should be grateful they kept me at all. A witch in the second row was crying. Harry didn't look at her. The physical injuries documented in the medical reports, can you describe how those occurred? Harry went through it. The belt, which Vernon used when he was especially angry. The frying pan, which Petunia had thrown once when Harry had burned the bacon. The bruises from Dudley's fists, the scrapes from being shoved into walls, the cuts from broken glass when he'd been pushed through a window during one of Dudley's Games. He kept his voice flat. Clinical. Just facts, one after another, building a picture that even the most willfully blind could not ignore. Did you ever tell anyone about this treatment? Madame Marchbanks asked. I tried to tell my teacher once, when I was 5. She said I must be exaggerating, that the Dursleys were such a nice family. I stopped trying after that. Did Mr. Dumbledore ever visit you at Privet Drive? Harry glanced at Dumbledore. The old wizard's face was pale. I don't know. I don't remember anyone visiting. Aunt Petunia said normal people didn't want anything to do with freaks like me. Did you know you were a wizard? No. I didn't know magic was real until the goblins told me. I thought I was just broken. Wrong somehow. The Dursleys called me a freak whenever the strange things happened. The questioning continued. Harry described the night he'd fled, Vernon's rage, the belt, the moment when something inside him had cracked and he'd found himself lying on marble instead of carpet. He described waking up in Gringotts, being healed, being fed, being told for the first time in his life that he wasn't a freak, that he was magical, that he mattered. When he finished, the chamber was silent except for quiet weeping from several spectators. Madame Marchbanks looked old. Old and tired and furious. Mr. Dumbledore, do you wish to cross-examine the witness? Dumbledore rose slowly. He seemed to have aged a decade in the past hour. Harry, my boy. My name is Mr. Potter, Harry said. We've never met. I'm not your boy. A murmur ran through the chamber. Dumbledore's jaw tightened. Mr. Potter, then. I am deeply, truly sorry for what you have suffered. I placed you with your aunt's family believing they would care for you. I was clearly, terribly wrong. Harry waited. This was the moment Griphook had warned him about. Dumbledore would try to position himself as a well-meaning fool, someone who'd made an innocent mistake, deserving of forgiveness rather than consequences. I must ask, however. Dumbledore's voice was gentle, probing. In the weeks since you arrived at Gringotts, what have the goblins told you about me? About the wizarding world? Is it possible that your perspective has been influenced? The goblins told me facts, Harry said. They showed me records. They let me read documents. They never told me what to think about any of it. But surely a child of 6 cannot be expected to evaluate complex political situations. I'm not evaluating politics. I'm describing what happened to me. I lived in a cupboard. I was beaten and starved. That's not political. That's just true. Dumbledore tried another angle. The protection of the Blood Wards was essential to your safety. Dark wizards still sought to harm you. Your relatives' treatment was wrong, indefensibly wrong, but the wards kept you alive. The wards kept me at Privet Drive, Harry corrected. The goblins kept me alive. When I got to Gringotts, their healers said I was close to serious organ damage from malnutrition. A few more months and there might have been permanent harm. He paused. I would have been very safe from dark wizards if I'd died of starvation inside your wards. More murmuring. Someone laughed, a sharp, bitter sound. Dumbledore's composure cracked slightly. I did not know the extent of. You took 47,000 galleons from my family vault for my care. You didn't notice I wasn't receiving any care? Harry's voice was still flat, but something hard had crept into it. You're supposed to be the most powerful wizard in Britain. You can feel dark magic across continents, apparently. But you couldn't tell that a child under your protection was being abused? The wards were monitored for external threats, not for what was happening inside. Harry shook his head. Then the wards were useless. They protected me from enemies who never came while ignoring the enemies I lived with. Dumbledore opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. For the first time in decades, Albus Dumbledore was at a complete loss for words. "I have no further questions," Harry said. He returned to his seat beside Ragnock. Madame Marchbanks watched him go. Her expression was unreadable. "The Wiesengemot will deliberate. This session is recessed for 1 hour." The recess was chaos. Reporters had somehow gotten into the ministry, and they swarmed the corridors outside the chamber, shouting questions at anyone who emerged. Ministry officials scurried in every direction, looking panicked. Dumbledore had retreated with a group of supporters, deep in urgent conversation. Harry sat in a small side room with Ragnock and Griphook, eating a sandwich one of the guards had produced. "You did well," Ragnock said. "Better than well. You exposed Dumbledore as negligent at best, complicit at worst, and you did it without raising your voice or showing anger." "I felt angry," Harry admitted, "when he called me my boy. Like he had any right." "Anger was appropriate. You controlled it. That is what matters." Ragnock's eyes glinted. "The Wiesengemot is divided. Some are firmly against Dumbledore. They've wanted an excuse to challenge his authority for years. Some are loyal to him regardless of evidence. The middle ground is what we need to win, and I believe we have won it." "What happens next?" "They will debate custody. Dumbledore will argue that you should be placed with a wizarding family of his choosing, claiming the blood wards can be replicated or that you need exposure to magical culture. We will argue that the right of sanctuary supersedes his authority, and that you have chosen to remain with us." "I have chosen," Harry said firmly. "Then say so," when asked. "The Wiesengemot values individual will, at least in theory. A child's stated preference carries weight, especially when that child has demonstrated the maturity you showed today." The hour passed quickly. When they returned to the chamber, the atmosphere had shifted. There was less hostility, more curiosity. Harry saw witches and wizards looking at him differently than before, not with suspicion, but with something closer to respect. Madame Marchbanks called the session to order. "The Wiesengemot has deliberated on the matter of custody regarding Harry James Potter. We have considered the testimony presented, the evidence submitted, and the relevant laws governing such matters." She paused, surveying the chamber. "First, the documentation of abuse at number 4, Privet Drive is accepted into the official record. The Wiesengemot formally acknowledges that Harry Potter suffered systematic mistreatment during his placement with the Dursley family." A ripple of reaction. Dumbledore's face was stone. "Second, the question of Albus Dumbledore's culpability in this matter remains open. While there is no evidence of direct involvement in the abuse, there is clear evidence of negligence in his duties as magical guardian. A separate investigation will be conducted into the financial discrepancies regarding withdrawals from the Potter vaults." Dumbledore didn't flinch, but something flickered behind his eyes. "Third, regarding custody. The Goblin nation has invoked the right of sanctuary, an ancient accord predating the Ministry of Magic. Our legal experts have reviewed the relevant treaties and determined that the right is valid and binding. Harry Potter appeared on Goblin territory seeking refuge from persecution. The Goblins granted that refuge. The Ministry has no legal authority to compel his return." Harry's heart was pounding, but he kept his face calm. "However," Madame Marchbanks' voice sharpened, "the Wiesengemot is not without concerns regarding a wizard child being raised entirely within Goblin society. We therefore propose a compromise." She looked directly at Harry. "Mr. Potter, you are 6 years old. In 5 years you will be eligible to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, as is the right of every magical child in Britain. The Wiesengemot proposes that you remain with the Goblin nation until that time, provided that you commit to attending Hogwarts when you come of age. This will ensure your integration into wizarding society while respecting your current guardian's authority." Harry stood. May I speak? You may. I accept the proposal. I'll attend Hogwarts when I'm 11. But I want it understood that I'm accepting by my own choice, not because I'm being forced. The goblins have been honest with me. They've protected me. They've treated me like a person instead of a problem. He glanced at Dumbledore. I choose to stay with them because they've earned my trust. Whoever I might have stayed with in the wizarding world, they'll have to earn it too. The chamber was silent. Madame Marchbanks actually smiled. Your terms are noted, Mr. Potter. The Wizengamot accepts this arrangement. Custody of Harry James Potter is hereby confirmed with the Goblin Nation, under the terms discussed. This matter is closed. She struck her gavel. It was over. The aftermath of the hearing spread through Wizarding Britain like wildfire. Newspapers ran the story for days. The photographs of Harry's injuries were published despite protests from Dumbledore's allies, and public opinion turned sharply against anyone who'd been involved in placing the boy who lived with his abusive relatives. Ministry officials scrambled to distance themselves from any responsibility. Dumbledore himself was forced to resign as Chief Warlock, though he retained his position at Hogwarts, for now. The investigation into the Potter Vault withdrawals proceeded quietly, overseen by a joint Wizard-Goblin committee. No conclusions were announced, but the fact of the investigation itself was damaging enough. Whispers spread about where the gold had really gone, what Dumbledore had really been doing, what other secrets might be hiding in his past. And in Gringotts, life continued. Harry threw himself into his training with renewed intensity. The hearing had shown him what was possible, that truth, properly presented, could defeat power and manipulation. But it had also shown him how much he had to learn. The political maneuvering, the careful choice of words, the reading of opponents, he'd gotten through by being honest, but honesty alone wouldn't always be enough. Griphook noticed the change. You're working harder. I saw what I'm up against, Harry said. He was practicing his gobbledygook pronunciation, finally getting the throat clicks right. Dumbledore's not going to give up. He thinks he's right, and people like that don't stop. No, they don't. Griphook paused. There is something else you should know. Our investigators have found anomalies in the records surrounding your placement with the Dursleys. Harry looked up. What kind of anomalies? Memory charms. Applied to your aunt, approximately 6 years ago, shortly after you arrived. Similar charms on several of the neighbors who might have interfered with your treatment. Even some of your teachers appear to have been modified, made to overlook signs of abuse they would otherwise have reported. Harry processed this slowly. Someone wanted to make sure I stayed with the Dursleys. Someone wanted to make sure no one helped me. So it appears. The question is who, and why? Dumbledore? Possibly. His wand signature has not been matched to the charms, but that proves nothing. A wizard of his skill could easily obscure such evidence. Griphook's expression was grave. Or there may be another actor entirely. Someone working with Dumbledore or against him. We are still investigating. Harry thought about what this meant. It wasn't just that Dumbledore had been negligent. Someone had actively worked to ensure Harry's abuse continued. Someone had modified minds to prevent interference. Someone had wanted him broken. Why? He asked. What's the point of hurting me? That is what we must discover. Griphook stood. For now, continue your training. Grow strong. Grow wise. Whatever the truth is, you will face it better prepared than you are today. Harry nodded. The scared boy in the cupboard felt even farther away now, replaced by something harder, something more determined. Someone had tried to destroy him. They'd failed. And someday, Harry would find out who they were. 6 months after the hearing, Harry received his first letter from the wizarding world. It was from a girl named Hermione Granger, who explained that she'd read about his case in the papers and wanted to tell him how brave she thought he was. She was a Muggle-born witch, newly introduced to the magical world, and she was reading everything she could get her hands on about wizarding history and culture. "Your story was inspiring," she wrote. "Standing up to the Wisengamot like that. I hope you're doing well with the goblins. I've read that goblin culture is fascinating. They have their own language and history and magical traditions that most wizards never learn about. If you ever want to write back and tell me about it, I'd love to hear." Harry showed the letter to Griphook, who examined it carefully for any magical tampering. Finding none, he returned it with a slight smile. "You have an admirer." "She wants to learn about goblins," Harry said. "That's different." "Is it? She reached out to you specifically. She expressed interest in your world. In my experience, that is how connections begin." Harry thought about it. He hadn't had friends before, not real ones. The closest had been kids at school who were occasionally nice to him when Dudley wasn't watching, but they never sought him out, never wanted to know him. This Hermione had written to him, had chosen to reach out, had offered to listen. "Can I write back?" "Of course. You may use the Goblin Courier service. It will reach her faster and more securely than I'll post." Harry sat down that evening and composed his first letter to a wizarding friend. He told Hermione about Gringotts, about his lessons, about the challenge of learning gobbledygook, though he didn't share too many details. Security, Griphook had emphasized, was paramount. He asked about her experiences, what she was learning, what books she'd read. It felt strange, reaching out to someone. Good strange. Like the first day he'd woken up in Gringotts and realized he was safe. He was building a life. Piece by piece, connection by connection. The Dursleys were being destroyed, slowly and thoroughly, by their own accumulated sins. Vernon was awaiting trial, Petunia was fighting social services, Dudley was in mandatory counseling. The neighborhood they tried so hard to impress had turned against them entirely. Dumbledore was wounded but not defeated. The investigation continued. The political fallout grew. And somewhere in the background, someone was watching. Someone who'd wanted Harry Potter broken and compliant. Someone who'd worked in the shadows to ensure his suffering continued. Harry didn't know who they were. Not yet. But he was goblin raised now. He was learning to be patient, to watch, to wait. He was learning that the best revenge wasn't quick and bloody, it was slow and thorough, built on evidence and truth. The Dursley campaign had taught him that. Whoever had tried to destroy him would learn it too. The day Vernon Dursley was sentenced, Harry was practicing combat forms in the training hall deep within Gringotts. Blood Fong brought the news personally. 3 years, with possibility of early release for good behavior. His solicitor managed to negotiate down from the initial recommendation. Restitution payments will bankrupt the family. Harry completed his current form, a defensive sequence designed to counter larger opponents, before responding. And Petunia? No criminal charges. The evidence of direct abuse wasn't strong enough to prosecute under Muggle law. However, she's been stripped of custody of Dudley, who's been placed with foster care. Her social standing is destroyed. She's attempting to sell the house, but no buyers are coming forward. Good. Harry's voice was flat. Is it? Blood Fong studied him. I wonder sometimes if you feel any satisfaction in their downfall. Harry considered the question. I feel closure. Not satisfaction. They can't hurt me anymore, and everyone knows what they did. That matters. But watching them suffer doesn't make me happy. It just makes me tired. That is a healthy response. Revenge should be practical, not pleasurable. The moment you start enjoying another's pain, you become something lesser. Bloodfang's expression was approving. You have grown, Mr. Potter. I've had good teachers. You've had adequate teachers. You have made yourself better. Bloodfang turned to leave, then paused. The director wishes to see you when you've finished training. Something about an unexpected development. Harry's curiosity sparked, but he completed his forms before cleaning up and heading to Ragnar's office. 6 months of goblin discipline had taught him patience. Whatever the development was, it could wait until his work was done. Ragnar's office had changed since Harry's first visit. Or maybe Harry had changed. The weapons and trophies on the walls no longer seemed intimidating. They were history, records of battles won and enemies defeated. The throne-like desk no longer made Harry feel small. He'd earned his place here. Mr. Potter. Ragnar gestured to the familiar chair. Sit. We have received intelligence that concerns you. Harry sat. What kind of intelligence? The investigation into your past has yielded results. Specifically, into the night your parents died. Ragnar's voice was careful. There are inconsistencies in the official story. Matters that were never properly examined. Harry's heart beat faster, but his face remained calm. What kind of inconsistencies? Your godfather, Sirius Black. He was imprisoned in Azkaban for betraying your parents to Voldemort, as well as for murdering Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles. Ragnar's fingers drummed against his desk. He never received a trial. What? No trial. No hearing. No presentation of evidence. He was arrested at the scene of the Pettigrew murders and sent directly to Azkaban. The minister at the time, Bartemius Crouch Sr., authorized the imprisonment under emergency wartime powers. Harry processed this. That can't be legal. It was not. But in the chaos following Voldemort's fall, many corners were cut. Many injustices committed in the name of expediency. Ragnar's expression was grim. Sirius Black may be guilty. The evidence suggests it. But suggests is not proves, and every citizen is entitled to a trial. Why are you telling me this? Because Sirius Black is your godfather. Because the Potter family vault records indicate your parents trusted him absolutely. Because if he was wrongly imprisoned, then an innocent man has spent 6 years in the most terrible prison on earth, and you have spent 6 years without a guardian who might have protected you. Harry felt something cold in his chest. If Sirius Black was innocent, if there had been someone who could have taken him in, cared for him, kept him from the Dursleys, and that person had been rotting in prison the whole time. Can we find out the truth? We are trying. Veritaserum testimony, properly administered, would reveal his guilt or innocence. But the ministry refuses to grant access to Azkaban prisoners, and without their cooperation, we cannot compel it. There has to be a way. There may be. But it will take time, and careful maneuvering, and perhaps a few favors called in from unexpected quarters. Ragnar's eyes glittered. I wanted you to know because this affects you directly. If Black is innocent, you have a legal claim to his guardianship. If he is guilty, then at least the truth will be known. Harry sat in silence for a long moment. Another piece of the puzzle, another thread in the web of manipulation that surrounded his life. His parents had trusted Sirius Black. Dumbledore had never pushed for a trial. The ministry had imprisoned him without due process. Either everyone had been fooled by a master actor, or something deeply wrong had happened. Find out the truth, Harry said finally. Whatever it takes. I intended to regardless, Ragnar replied. But I appreciate your conviction. He stood. Continue your training, Mr. Potter. The next few years will determine a great deal about your future, and about the future of magical Britain. When the time comes to act, you must be ready. Harry rose and headed for the door. At the threshold, he paused. Thank you? For everything. Ragnar's expression softened fractionally. You are welcome, Mr. Potter. Now go. You have work to do. Harry walked back through the torchlit corridors of Gringotts, his mind churning with everything he'd learned. The Dursleys were broken. Dumbledore was wounded. And somewhere in the background, new mysteries were unfolding. Sirius Black, the true story of his parents' betrayal, the identity of whoever had wanted him kept abused and compliant. The scared boy in the cupboard felt like a distant memory now. In his place stood something else, someone shaped by goblin discipline and hard truth, someone who knew that justice didn't come from authority, it came from action. Harry Potter had survived. He had testified. He had won his first battle. But the war, he understood now, was just beginning. Chapter 3: The Price of Pawns. Albus Dumbledore sat alone in his office at Hogwarts, surrounded by the soft whirring of silver instruments and the quiet judgment of 100 sleeping portraits. The fire had burned low. He hadn't noticed. His eyes were fixed on the letter in his hands, the third such letter he'd received this week from the Wisengamot's investigative committee. They wanted more records, more explanations, more justifications for decisions he'd made years ago, decisions he'd thought would never be questioned. The boy who lived was supposed to be safe, hidden, humble, ready to accept his destiny when the time came. Instead, Harry Potter was being raised by goblins, speaking their language, learning their ways, and systematically dismantling every plan Dumbledore had carefully constructed. Fawkes trilled softly from his perch. The phoenix's song usually brought comfort, but tonight it felt like accusation. I did what I thought was best, Dumbledore murmured. The prophecy, the Horcruxes, he needs to be prepared for sacrifice, Fawkes. He needs to understand that some things are more important than personal happiness. The phoenix said nothing. Of course not. Phoenixes didn't speak. But if Fawkes could speak, Dumbledore suspected he wouldn't like what the bird would say. The door to his office opened. Severus Snape entered without knocking, his black robes billowing, his expression even sourer than usual. You summon me, Headmaster. Severus. Thank you for coming. Dumbledore gestured to a chair. Please sit. We have much to discuss. Snape sat, his dark eyes scanning the office as if checking for threats. An old habit born from years of serving two masters. I assume this concerns the Potter situation. The Potter situation. Dumbledore's voice was tired. Is that what we're calling it now? The papers are calling it rather worse. Snape's lip curled. The Prophet ran another piece this morning. Dumbledore's abandoned savior was the headline. The public is not kind to those who fail to protect children. I did not fail. Dumbledore stopped himself. Took a breath. The protection was real, Severus. The blood wards were functioning exactly as intended. Harry was safe from external threats. And internal ones? Silence stretched between them. I did not know, Dumbledore said finally, about the extent of it. The Dursleys were difficult people. I knew that. But I believed that family, even reluctant family, would provide some measure of care. You believed what was convenient to believe. Snape's voice was sharp. You placed Lily's son with people who hated magic, who hated anything connected to the world that killed her, and you expected them to treat him kindly? Petunia loved her sister once. Once. Before Lily left for Hogwarts. Before she was revealed as something Petunia could never be. Snape's jaw tightened. I knew Petunia Evans, headmaster. She was bitter and jealous at 11. I cannot imagine age improved her temperament. You knew her? We grew up in the same town. Spinner's End was not far from where the Evans sisters lived. Something flickered across Snape's face, old pain, quickly suppressed. Petunia called Lily a freak. To her face. Repeatedly. This was before Hogwarts, before either of us had ever cast a spell. The hatred was always there. Dumbledore closed his eyes. I didn't know. You didn't ask. You made your decision and you moved on, confident in your own wisdom. Snape leaned forward. That is the pattern, isn't it? Dumbledore knows best. Dumbledore sees the bigger picture. Dumbledore's plans must not be questioned. That is unfair. Is it? Snape's voice dropped. Tell me, Headmaster. When you placed Harry Potter with the Dursleys, did you consider any alternatives? Did you investigate Lily's other connections, her friends, the people who would have loved to raise her son? Or did you simply make a decision and tell everyone else to accept it? Dumbledore didn't answer. The silence was answer enough. The goblins are not your enemies in this, Snape said after a moment. They are filling a void you created. If you want to salvage anything from this disaster, you need to stop fighting them and start thinking about how to coexist. The boy needs to return to the wizarding world eventually. The boy is returning. To Hogwarts. In 4.5 years. Snape stood. Use that time wisely, Headmaster. Because the Harry Potter who arrives at these gates will not be the malleable child you hoped for. He will be something else entirely. And if you approach him as an obstacle to be managed rather than a person to be understood, you will lose him forever. Snape swept toward the door. Severus. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. When Harry does arrive, will you be able to see him clearly? Not as James Potter's son, but as himself? Snape paused, his hand on the door handle. I saw the photographs, Headmaster. The ones from the Goblin medical reports. His voice was barely above a whisper. He looked like Lily. Small and dark-haired and terrified, bearing marks of abuse that should never touch a child. I know something about what that is like. He left without another word. Dumbledore sat alone in the dying firelight, Snape's words echoing in his mind. He had made mistakes. He could admit that now, privately, in the silence of his own office. But the stakes were so high, the burden so heavy. Voldemort would return, of this, Dumbledore was certain. The prophecy bound Harry to that confrontation. The Horcruxes ensured that Harry himself might be the final piece that needed destroying. How could he prepare a boy for sacrifice without hardening him? How could he ensure Harry would make the right choice, the noble choice, the self-sacrificing choice, when the moment came? The Blood Wards had been part of that preparation. The humble upbringing. The isolation from the wizarding world's adulation. All of it designed to create a young man who valued love over power, who would die for others without hesitation. Instead, the plan had created something else. A boy raised by goblins, trained in their ways, loyal to their nation. A boy who had stood before the Wizengamot and publicly humiliated Albus Dumbledore. A boy who was learning that power, properly wielded, could protect you from those who would do you harm. Was that better or worse? Dumbledore genuinely didn't know. Fawkes sang again, a soft trill that might have been comfort or might have been warning. Dumbledore reached for his quill and began composing his response to the investigative committee. 300 miles north, in a cell in Azkaban prison, Sirius Black dreamed of betrayal. The dreams were always the same. James and Lily, laughing in their cottage, trusting Peter with their lives. Peter, sniveling, weak Peter, standing before the Dark Lord and giving them up. The green flash of the killing curse. A baby crying in a ruined house. And then the street. Peter's finger lying on the cobblestones. The bodies. The laughter that wouldn't stop bubbling up from Sirius's throat because it was all so absurd, so impossibly, horrifically absurd. The Dementors fed on these memories. They circled the prison endlessly, drawing out every moment of happiness and leaving only despair. Sirius woke, if you could call it waking, to the same gray walls, the same cold stone floor, the same endless howling of the other prisoners. 6 years? 6 years of this. Sometimes he couldn't remember why he was still alive. Harry. That was why. Harry was out there somewhere, living with Lily's horrible sister, and someday, Sirius would escape and find him and explain everything. Except he wouldn't, would he? Because there was no escape from Azkaban. Because even if he got out, no one would believe him. Because Peter was dead, or everyone thought Peter was dead, and dead men couldn't confess. The Dementor passed his cell, and Sirius felt the familiar wave of despair wash over him. He transformed, letting the dog's mind take over, simple animal thoughts that the Dementors couldn't quite grip the same way. As a dog, he could almost forget. Almost. But even dog minds dream, and in his dreams, there was always a baby crying in a ruined house. Harry's 7th birthday was celebrated in the Gringotts War Room, of all places. He hadn't expected a celebration at all. The Dursleys had never acknowledged his birthday. It fell too close to Dudley's, and any attention diverted from their precious son was attention wasted. But the Goblins, Harry had learned, took contracts and dates very seriously, and a Ward's birthday fell under contractual obligations of care. It is not sentiment, Griphook had explained stiffly when Harry asked. It is duty. You are our ward. Custom dictates acknowledgement of significant dates. The acknowledgement turned out to include a feast in the war room with Ragnarok, Bloodfawn, Griphook, and half a dozen other goblins Harry had come to know over the past months. There was food, human food, prepared by the goblin kitchens, which had apparently researched appropriate dishes, and there were gifts. Practical gifts, because goblins didn't believe in frivolity. A new set of training weapons, properly weighted for his growing frame. Books on magical theory, written in both English and gobbledygook. A warded trunk with multiple compartments, keyed to his blood. And one gift that wasn't practical at all. This was found in your family vault, Ragnarok said, handing Harry a small velvet box. It belonged to your mother. Harry opened the box. Inside was a pendant, a simple silver chain holding a small crystal vial. Inside the vial, something shimmered with faint light. What is it? A memory vessel. Your mother created it shortly before her death. Ragnarok's voice was unusually gentle. We do not know what memory it contains. The vessel is keyed to you, only you can access it. Harry stared at the pendant. Something from his mother. Something she made for him, specifically, before she died. How do I access it? Hold it and will the memory to play. It will project before you, visible only to your eyes. Ragnarok paused. You may wish to do this privately. Harry nodded. He closed the box carefully and set it aside. Later. He would look at it later, when he was alone, when no one could see if he cried. The feast continued. Bloodfawn told stories of goblin wars, exaggerating wildly and making the other goblins groan with amused exasperation. Griphook quizzed Harry on his gobbledygook, grudgingly admitting that his pronunciation had improved. Even Ragnarok relaxed slightly, allowing himself a thin smile when Harry demonstrated a combat form he'd been struggling with. It was, Harry realized, the best birthday he'd ever had. Not because of the gifts or the food. Because of the people. Because he was surrounded by beings who had chosen to care for him, who had fought for him, who saw him as a person rather than a problem. Family, he thought. Not the family he'd been born with, but the family he'd found. Later that night, alone in his room, Harry held his mother's pendant and willed it to show him what she'd left behind. The world shimmered, and suddenly Lily Potter was standing before him. She was young, younger than Harry had imagined, though he had nothing to compare her to. Red hair, green eyes exactly like his own, a smile that made something in his chest ache with recognition. "Harry," she said, and her voice was warm and sad and full of love. "My beautiful boy. If you're seeing this, then the worst has happened. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Harry couldn't breathe. "I don't have much time, so I'll say what matters." Lily's image flickered slightly. "Your father and I love you more than anything. Whatever happens to us, whatever the world tells you about who you are and what you're supposed to be, remember that. You are loved. You are wanted. You are enough, exactly as you are." Tears were streaming down Harry's face. He didn't try to stop them. "There are people who will try to use you, Harry. People who see you as a symbol or a weapon or a pawn. Don't let them. You are not a chess piece to be moved around a board. You are a person, with your own thoughts and feelings and choices. Trust yourself. Trust your instincts. And if someone tells you that you have to sacrifice yourself for the greater good," Lily's expression hardened, "ask them what they're willing to sacrifice first." The memory wavered. Lily glanced over her shoulder at something Harry couldn't see. "I have to go. James needs me. But I wanted you to know. I wanted you to hear my voice, at least once, telling you how much you matter." She reached out, as if to touch him through the memory. "Be brave, Harry. Be kind. Be yourself. And know that I am so proud of you, no matter what." The image faded. Harry sat in the darkness, holding the pendant, and cried. The next morning, Harry threw himself into training with renewed determination. Bloodfawn noticed the change immediately. "You're angry today." "Not angry." Harry executed a strike sequence with more force than necessary. "Focused." "The line between them is thinner than you think." Bloodfawn blocked Harry's next attack easily. "What happened?" Harry hesitated. Then, because he'd learned that the goblins respected honesty, he told Bloodfawn about the pendant. About his mother's message. About her warning. Bloodfawn listened without interrupting. When Harry finished, the goblin captain was quiet for a long moment. "Your mother was wise," Bloodfawn said finally. "She saw the truth that many refuse to see, that those who speak of the greater good are often those least willing to pay its price themselves." "She knew," Harry said. "She knew someone would try to use me." "Of course she knew. She was hunted by the darkest wizard of the age. She watched her friends die. She saw how the war was conducted, not by the powerful risking themselves, but by the powerful sending others to die in their place." Bloodfang's voice was grim. "Dumbledore speaks of necessary sacrifices. How many of those sacrifices has he made himself? How many times has Albus Dumbledore put his own life on the line, versus how many times he has sent others to do so?" Harry thought about this. The goblins had been teaching him history, real history, not the sanitized version in wizarding textbooks. He knew about Dumbledore's defeat of Grindelwald, the great duel that had ended the previous Dark Age. That was genuine heroism. But since then? Decades of manipulation, of positioning, of maneuvering others while remaining safely in his castle. "The pattern matters," Bloodfawn continued. "A hero who becomes a king, who becomes a manipulator, that is not unusual. Power corrupts, not because people become evil, but because they become convinced they know best. They stop listening. They stop questioning. They move pieces and forget that pieces are people. My mother told me not to be a piece." "Then don't be." The choice is yours, Mr. Potter. Always. Blood Fong raised his training weapon. Now. Again. And this time, don't let your emotions make you sloppy. The Wizengamot investigation into Dumbledore's handling of the Potter accounts concluded 3 months later. Harry was called to testify again, briefly this time, just to confirm certain facts about his treatment and his current well-being. He was taller now, healthier, beginning to fill out properly with regular meals and exercise. The Wizengamot members who'd seen him at 6 stared at the change. The findings were damning, if carefully worded. Dumbledore had withdrawn 47,000 galleons from the Potter family vault over 5 years. 23,000 had been spent on legitimate ward maintenance. The blood wards did require periodic reinforcement, and the work had been documented and verified. Another 12,000 had gone to various charitable causes in Harry's name, without Harry's knowledge or consent. The remaining 12,000 was unaccounted for. The committee does not suggest criminal malfeasance, the official report stated. However, the administration of the Potter estate has been, at minimum, careless. Withdrawals were made without proper documentation. Expenditures were authorized without oversight. The trust placed in Albus Dumbledore as magical guardian was not justified by his subsequent actions. Dumbledore was ordered to repay the unaccounted funds from his personal holdings. He was stripped of any remaining authority over the Potter estate. And while no formal charges were filed, the damage to his reputation was substantial. Harry watched the proceedings from the gallery, flanked by Griphook and 2 guards. He felt, not satisfied exactly. More like a door closing. One battle finished, others still to come. Afterward, as they were leaving the ministry, a woman approached them. She was older, severe-looking, wearing green robes and a pointed hat. Her eyes behind square spectacles were sharp with intelligence, and something else. Something Harry couldn't quite read. Mr. Potter. Her voice was Scottish, brisk. I am Professor McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts. I wondered if I might have a word. The guards tensed. Griphook stepped forward. Any communication with Mr. Potter must be arranged through proper channels. I'm not here on official business. McGonagall's voice softened slightly. I was your mother's head of house, Mr. Potter. I taught her for 7 years. I wanted to offer my condolences. And my apologies. Harry studied her. The Goblins had told him about McGonagall, a strict disciplinarian but fair, respected by most who knew her, loyal to Dumbledore but not blindly so. Apologies for what? McGonagall's jaw tightened. I recommended against your placement with the Dursleys. When Albus told me his plan, I spent a day watching them. I told him they were the worst sort of muggles. He didn't listen. Her voice cracked slightly. I should have insisted. I should have done more. Instead, I trusted his judgment, and you paid the price. Harry considered this. It would have been easy to be angry, another adult who'd known something was wrong and done nothing. But there was genuine pain in McGonagall's eyes. Genuine regret. You tried, Harry said. That's more than most people did. It wasn't enough. No. It wasn't. Harry paused. But you're here now. You're saying this to my face instead of hiding from it. That matters. McGonagall blinked rapidly. You are not what I expected. What did you expect? I don't know. A frightened child, perhaps. Or an angry one. Not, she gestured vaguely. This. You speak like an adult. The Goblins don't believe in coddling children. They think clarity is kindness. Harry tilted his head. I'll be at Hogwarts in a few years. Will you still be teaching? I intend to be, yes. Then we'll talk more then. Harry extended his hand. Thank you for trying, Professor. And thank you for being honest about it. McGonagall took his hand, her grip firm. You have your mother's eyes, Mr. Potter. But I think you may have something else, something that's entirely your own. She released his hand and walked away, disappearing into the ministry crowds. Griphook watched her go. That was unexpected. She feels guilty. She wants to make amends. Harry started walking again. The question is whether she'll actually do anything about it, or if saying sorry is enough for her. You're learning, Griphook said, something like approval in his voice. People reveal themselves through their actions, not their words. The goblins taught me that. We taught you to recognize it. The wisdom to apply it, that is your own. The investigation into Sirius Black's imprisonment moved slowly, hampered by ministry obstruction and deliberate bureaucratic delays. Ragnarok updated Harry quarterly, laying out what they'd found and what remained unknown. The facts were troubling. Sirius Black had been arrested at the scene of an explosion that killed Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles. He had been found laughing, apparently mad with grief or guilt. He had been imprisoned without trial, under emergency wartime powers that had technically expired years ago. The only evidence of his guilt was circumstantial. He had been the Potter's secret keeper, or so everyone believed. He had been at the scene of Pettigrew's death. He had not denied his guilt at the time of arrest. But he also hadn't confessed. And in the chaos following Voldemort's fall, no one had thought to give him Veritaserum, to probe his memories, to verify the assumptions everyone had made. The Ministry is blocking our access to Azkaban, Ragnarok reported during one of these sessions. They cite security concerns, prisoner welfare, jurisdictional limitations. The real reason is that they don't want us poking at a case they considered closed. Can we force the issue? Legally, no. The Goblin Nation has no authority over British wizarding prisons. Ragnarok's expression was thoughtful. However, there are other approaches. The International Confederation of Wizards has rules about due process for prisoners. If we can demonstrate that Britain violated those rules, we may be able to compel a review. How long would that take? Years, potentially. International magical law moves slowly. Ragnarok's fingers drummed against his desk. There is another possibility. A more direct one. Harry leaned forward. I'm listening. The Black family seat on the Wisengamot has been vacant since Sirius's imprisonment. As his godson and potential heir, you may have a claim to it, not to occupy, given your age, but to petition on his behalf. Ragnarok's eyes glittered. A formal petition from the House of Potter, demanding a trial for Sirius Black. Submitted before the full Wisengamot. A matter of public record. Would they grant it? They would be forced to respond. Either they grant the trial, or they explain publicly why a man has been imprisoned for 6 years without one. Either outcome serves our purposes. Harry thought about this. Politics. Everything came back to politics. When can we submit the petition? You would need to formally claim your family seat, also as a petition, since you cannot occupy it until you come of age. The paperwork is being prepared. Ragnarok paused. There is a complication. Of course there is. Your parents' will has never been read. It was sealed by the Ministry shortly after their deaths, on Dumbledore's recommendation. Whatever instructions they left regarding your guardianship, your inheritance, potentially even the truth about who betrayed them, it's locked away in the Department of Mysteries. Harry's jaw tightened. Dumbledore sealed it. He claimed it was for your protection. That the contents were sensitive, and could put you at risk if revealed publicly. Ragnarok's voice was dry. A convenient justification that has allowed him to control the narrative for 6 years. Can we unseal it? As the sole Potter heir, you have the right to demand access to your family's legal documents. The ministry cannot legally refuse. Ragnock smiled thinly. Though they will certainly try. Harry stood and walked to the window. The view was of a goblin courtyard, deep underground, lit by magical crystals that simulated sunlight. He'd spent hours in that courtyard, training, thinking, growing. Do it, he said. File the petition for the Wisengamot seat. Demand the will be unsealed. And submit the formal request for Sirius Black's trial. All at once? The political backlash will be significant. Good. Harry turned to face Ragnock. My mother warned me about people who tried to use me as a pawn. The best way to stop being a pawn is to start being a player. Ragnock studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled. You continue to exceed expectations, Mr. Potter. The paperwork will be filed within the week. The ministry's response to Harry's petitions was predictable: delay, obstruction, and bureaucratic warfare. The petition to claim the Potter seat was under review. The request to unseal the will was being evaluated by the appropriate authorities. The demand for Sirius Black's trial was noted and will be addressed in due course. But the petitions were public record, and the newspapers got hold of them. Boy who lived demands justice for Godfather, screamed the prophet's headline. Potter heir challenges ministry secrets. The public reaction was mixed. Some supported Harry's efforts, seeing him as a brave young man fighting for truth. Others, loyal to Dumbledore, accused him of being manipulated by the Goblins, a pawn in their ancient grudge against the wizarding world. Harry ignored the commentary. He'd learned that public opinion was fickle and largely irrelevant. What mattered was structural change, institutional pressure, the slow accumulation of leverage. They're calling you a goblin puppet, Griphook reported, showing Harry a particularly vicious aureole. Let them. The more they focus on me, the less they focus on the actual issues. Harry scanned the aureole and set it aside. What's happening with the will? The unspeakables are reviewing the sealing order. Our legal advocates have filed challenges based on inheritance law. They cannot permanently seal a document that directly affects a living heir's rights. Griphook's tone was satisfied. It will take time, but we will win this one. And the Black trial? More difficult. The ministry is genuinely afraid of what might come out. If Sirius Black is innocent, it means someone else betrayed your parents, and that someone has been free for 6 years while an innocent man suffered. Griphook paused. It also means everyone who allowed the imprisonment to continue without question was complicit in a massive miscarriage of justice. Including Dumbledore. Especially Dumbledore. He was chief warlock when Black was imprisoned. He could have demanded a trial at any point. He didn't. Harry thought about this. The web of manipulation kept getting more complex, more interconnected. Every thread led back to the same central figure, an old wizard who believed he knew best, who moved people around like pieces on a board, who let an innocent man rot in prison and a child suffer abuse because it served his greater plans. I want to meet him, Harry said suddenly. Griphook looked startled. Who? Dumbledore? No. Sirius Black. If we can't get him a trial, maybe we can at least get me visitation rights. I'm family, or close to it. There has to be some provision for family visits. The Dementors make Azkaban visits inadvisable for anyone, let alone a child. I'm not asking to be comfortable. I'm asking to meet my godfather. Harry's voice was firm. If there's any legal way to make it happen, I want to try. Griphook considered this. I will consult with our advocates. There may be provisions in the guardianship codes that would allow supervised contact. Do it! After Griphook left, Harry sat alone in his room and thought about Sirius Black. A man he'd never met, who might be guilty of the worst betrayal imaginable, or might be an innocent victim of the same forces that had tried to break Harry himself. Either way, he deserved the truth. They both did. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, requested a meeting with Ragnock. She arrived at Gringotts 2 days later, escorted through the bank's public areas to a private conference room. Harry was not supposed to be present. Official ministry business with the Goblin Nation didn't normally involve 7-year-old wards, but Ragnock had arranged for him to observe from behind a one-way mirror. Director Ragnock, Bones said as she took her seat. She was a square-jawed woman with close-cropped gray hair and the bearing of someone who'd fought in wars. Thank you for seeing me. Madam Bones. Your reputation precedes you. Ragnock's voice was neutral. You are known as someone who values justice over politics. A rare quality in the ministry. I try. Bones folded her hands on the table. I'll be direct. The Potter petitions have caused considerable discussion within the ministry. Many of my colleagues would prefer to bury them, let them die in committee, wait for the public attention to move on. And you? I looked at the Sirius Black file. Bones' jaw tightened. There's no trial transcript because there was no trial. There's no evidence file because no evidence was collected. There's nothing but an arrest report and an imprisonment order signed by Bartemius Crouch. It's a disgrace. Ragnock's expression didn't change, but Harry could sense his interest sharpen. You believe Black may be innocent? I believe he deserves the chance to prove guilt or innocence through proper legal process. The fact that he was denied that chance reflects badly on all of us. Bones leaned forward. I'm here because I want to propose a compromise. Something that will give the Potter heir what he's asking for, while minimizing the political damage to the ministry. I'm listening. A private hearing. Not a full Weisengemot trial. The political opposition to that is too strong right now. But a formal review of the Black case by a panel of senior aurors and legal experts, with veritaserum testimony from the prisoner. If he's guilty, we confirm the imprisonment and close the matter. If he's innocent, Bones paused. We deal with the consequences. And this review would be public? The proceedings would be closed, but the findings would be released. Full transparency on the outcome, if not the process. Ragnock considered this. What do you need from us? Drop the petition for a full Weisengemot trial. The current request is creating a political firestorm that makes any action difficult. A private review is the best we can offer right now. And in exchange? The review will happen within 60 days. Proper protocols. Full investigation. Bones' eyes were steady. And young Mr. Potter will be allowed to attend, as the closest thing Sirius Black has to family. Behind the mirror, Harry's heart jumped. Ragnock was quiet for a long moment. You're taking a significant political risk, Madam Bones. If Black is innocent, Dumbledore and his allies will be humiliated. They won't forget. I know. Bones' voice was flat. But I didn't take this job to protect politicians. I took it to enforce the law. And the law says every prisoner deserves due process. She stood. Do we have an agreement? Ragnock stood as well. We do. I will consult with Mr. Potter regarding the petition withdrawal, but I believe he will accept your terms. Thank you, Director. Bones paused at the door. For what it's worth, I've followed the Potter situation since the Weisengemot hearing. That boy has more courage than most adults I know. Whatever happens with Black, I think he deserves to know the truth about his family. She left. Ragnock waited until the door closed, then turned toward the mirror. You heard? Harry emerged from the observation room. She seems honest. She is honest. That's why she's dangerous, to her enemies and sometimes to herself. Ragnar's expression was thoughtful. We accept the compromise? Yes. Harry's voice was firm. It's not everything I wanted, but it's progress. And if the review clears Sirius Black, then we will have proved that the system can work when properly pressured. Ragnar nodded slowly. Very well. I'll have the petition modified. And Mr. Potter, prepare yourself. Attending this review will not be pleasant. Azkaban leaves marks on everyone who enters, even visitors. I know. Harry thought of the photographs he'd seen, the descriptions of the Dementor-guarded prison. I'll be ready. The night before the review, Harry dreamed. He was standing in a dark corridor, cold stone under his feet, the air thick with despair. Somewhere ahead, someone was screaming, a raw, hopeless sound that seemed to go on forever. He walked forward. Cell doors lined the corridor, each one containing a huddled figure, each one guarded by a floating shadow that sucked the light and warmth from everything it passed. At the end of the corridor, a door stood open. Inside, a man sat against the wall. Thin, ragged, his dark hair matted and filthy. But his eyes, gray eyes, sharp despite everything, found Harry and widened with recognition. James? The man's voice was a croak. No, you're not James. You're... His breath caught. Harry? Harry tried to speak, but no sound came out. Harry. You're alive. You're... The man struggled to his feet, chains rattling. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I should have protected you. I should have been there. The Dementors swooped down, and Harry woke gasping in his bed, his scar burning with phantom pain. Just a dream. Just a dream. But it had felt like more than that. Like a connection, somehow. Like something reaching out across the distance between them. Harry pressed his hand to his scar and breathed slowly until the pain faded. Tomorrow, he would meet Sirius Black for real. And one way or another, he would finally learn the truth. Azkaban was worse than Harry had imagined. The fortress rose from a rock in the middle of the North Sea, all sharp angles and black stone, surrounded by churning gray water. Dementors circled it constantly, dark shapes against darker clouds, their presence weighing on Harry's chest from the moment the boat approached. Amelia Bones had provided a ministry escort, 3 Aurors who maintained Patronus charms throughout the journey. The Silver Wisps helped. Without them, Harry suspected he would have collapsed before reaching the shore. First time seeing Dementors up close? One of the Aurors asked. His name was Kingsley Shacklebolt, a tall black man with a deep voice and calm competence. I've read about them, Harry managed. It's not the same. Never is. Shacklebolt's expression was sympathetic. Focus on a happy memory. The clearest one you have. Hold on to it. Harry thought of his mother's pendant. Her voice saying she loved him. He clutched that memory like a lifeline as they entered the prison. The review was held in a chamber near the center of the fortress, away from the worst concentrations of Dementors but still cold and oppressive. A table had been set up, with chairs for the panel members and a single seat for the prisoner. Harry was directed to an observation area, separated from the main proceedings by a railing. Ragnar stood beside him, the goblin's face set in hard lines. Steel yourself, Ragnar murmured. He will not look like the photographs. The door opened. 2 guards entered, supporting a figure between them. Sirius Black looked like a skeleton wrapped in skin. His prison robes hung off him, his face was hollow, His eyes, those gray eyes from Harry's dream, were sunken and haunted. But there was still something there, some spark that hadn't quite been extinguished. Those eyes found Harry immediately. Black stopped dead, nearly collapsing. "Harry?" His voice was raw. "Harry?" "Move along, prisoner." The guard's voice was bored. But Black couldn't seem to look away. Tears were streaming down his face. "You look like James. You look just like James. But your eyes, Lily's eyes, Harry." "Mr. Black." Amelia Bones' voice cut through the moment. "Please take your seat. We have much to discuss." The guards half carried Black to the prisoner's chair. He slumped into it, still staring at Harry, his cracked lips moving in what might have been prayers or apologies or something else entirely. Bones began the formal proceedings. "This review convenes to examine the imprisonment of Sirius Orion Black, incarcerated October 1981 for the murders of Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles, as well as conspiracy in the deaths of James and Lily Potter. The prisoner has not been afforded a formal trial. This review will determine whether the evidence supports continued imprisonment." She turned to Black. "Mr. Black, you will be administered Veritaserum. Do you consent?" Black's laugh was horrible, cracked and wild. "Consent? I've been begging for Veritaserum for 6 years. Give me all of it. Ask me everything." An Auror stepped forward with a small vial. 3 drops on Black's tongue, and his eyes went slightly unfocused as the truth serum took effect. "State your name." "Sirius Orion Black." "Were you the secret keeper for James and Lily Potter?" And here it was. The question that would determine everything. "No." Black's voice was flat, emotionless, the Veritaserum stripping away any performance. "We switched at the last minute. I was supposed to be secret keeper, but I convinced James to use Peter instead. I thought I was too obvious a choice. I thought they'd come after me and Peter would be safe." His face twisted with grief even through the potion's grip. "I was wrong. Peter was the traitor. Peter betrayed them to Voldemort." The chamber erupted. Bones hammered her fist on the table for silence. "Peter Pettigrew betrayed the Potters?" "Yes. He was a Death Eater. We never knew. He fed information to Voldemort for over a year before the end." Black's voice cracked. "I went after him that night. After James and Lily died. I found him on that street. I was going to kill him. But Peter was always more clever than we gave him CR for. He screamed that I'd betrayed the Potters, loud enough for everyone to hear. Then he blew up the street, cut off his own finger, transformed, and escaped into the sewers." "Transformed?" "He was an animagus. Unregistered. A rat." Black's laugh came again. "A rat. We should have known." Harry's mind was racing. Peter Pettigrew alive. His parents' real betrayer, still out there somewhere, hiding, escaping justice. Bones continued the questioning, methodical and thorough. Black answered every question with the same emotionless honesty, the Veritaserum allowing no deception. The full story emerged: the Marauder's friendship, Pettigrew's hidden allegiance, the last-minute change in secret keepers, the confrontation on the street, the frame-up that had sent an innocent man to Azkaban. When the Veritaserum wore off, Bones sat back in her chair, her face pale. "Mr. Black, based on your testimony, which I believe to be truthful, you are innocent of all charges." She took a breath. "On behalf of the Ministry of Magic, I offer you my deepest apologies. You will be released immediately, your record expunged, and appropriate compensation arranged." Black didn't seem to hear her. He was staring at Harry again. "I failed you," he whispered. "I went after Peter instead of taking care of you. I should have been there. I should have. You didn't fail me. Harry's voice was steady, though his eyes burned. You tried to get justice for my parents. The system failed both of us. I'm your godfather. I should have protected you. You can protect me now. Harry moved forward, past the railing, ignoring the guards who shifted uncertainly. You're free. We're both free. That's what matters. Sirius Black, innocent man, wrongly imprisoned, Harry's godfather, looked at the boy he'd failed to save and began to cry. Harry let him. The release proceedings took hours. Paperwork, medical evaluations, formal documentation of the review's findings. By the time they left Azkaban, the sun was setting over the North Sea, painting the waves gold and orange. Sirius stood on the dock, breathing deep of the salt air, his thin face turned toward the fading light. 6 years, he said quietly. 6 years in that place, and now this. You'll need time to recover, Ragnar said. The effects of Dementor exposure do not fade quickly. We can provide healers if you wish. Sirius looked at the goblin with surprise. You'd do that? For a wizard? We do it for Harry's godfather. There is a difference. Ragnar's expression was unreadable. You are technically Mr. Potter's rightful guardian. The matter of his placement will need to be addressed. I'm in no condition to raise a child. Sirius's voice was bitter. Look at me. I can barely stand. Which is why Harry will remain with the Goblin Nation for now, with your consent as guardian. Ragnar paused. Unless you object? Sirius looked at Harry, really looked at him, taking in the goblin-made robes, the confident stance, the clear eyes that had seen too much for his age. The goblins have been good to you. They saved my life, Harry said simply. They gave me a home when no one else would. They taught me to defend myself. They fought for me when the wizarding world wanted to sweep me under the rug. Sirius was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Then you stay with them. Learn everything they can teach you. Get strong. His gray eyes hardened. Because someday, we're going to find Peter Pettigrew. And when we do, we'll make him face justice. Harry finished. Real justice. Not the kind that let him escape while you rotted in prison. Sirius barked a laugh, his first real laugh, Harry thought, maybe in years. James would have liked you. Lily too. He reached out, hesitant, and Harry let him place a thin hand on his shoulder. I may not be much of a godfather right now, but I'll try. I'll try to be better. That's all anyone can do. The boat carried them away from Azkaban, leaving the Black Fortress behind. Harry watched it shrink into the distance, a monument to injustice that had held his godfather for 6 years. Pettigrew was out there. The real traitor. The real enemy. And somewhere, Albus Dumbledore was learning that his carefully constructed narrative was falling apart. The pieces were moving. The game was changing. And Harry Potter, raised by goblins, armed with truth, was finally beginning to understand what it meant to be a player instead of a pawn. The news of Sirius Black's innocence exploded across Wizarding Britain. Within hours of the review's findings being released, the prophet had run 3 special ions. Politicians scrambled to distance themselves from the original imprisonment. Legal experts dissected the failures that had allowed an innocent man to suffer for 6 years. And the public, always hungry for drama, devoured every detail. Dumbledore released a statement expressing his relief at Black's exoneration and his regret at not pursuing questions about the case more vigorously. It was a masterful piece of political theater, acknowledging error while accepting no real blame, positioning himself as a well-meaning bystander rather than a central figure. Harry read the statement and felt nothing but contempt. He knew, Harry said to Ragnarok. He had to have known something was wrong. Sirius Black was one of my father's best friends. They were in a secret organization together, fighting Voldemort. Dumbledore knew them all. Knowing and admitting are different things, Ragnarok replied. Dumbledore has survived for decades by never being pinned to any particular position. He expresses regret without accepting responsibility. He acknowledges error without suffering consequences. How do we change that? Ragnarok smiled thinly. Patience, Mr. Potter. The will remains sealed. We're still fighting that battle. The financial irregularities continue to be investigated. And now Sirius Black is free to add his voice to those asking questions. He paused. The threads are weaving together. When the tapestry is complete, Dumbledore will find himself trapped by his own patterns. Harry thought about this. Political warfare, conducted across years instead of seconds. It required a different kind of discipline than combat training, not physical endurance, but strategic patience. The goblins were teaching him that too. A week after his release, Sirius Black came to Gringotts. He looked better. The goblin healers had worked on him, rebuilding strength destroyed by dementors and malnutrition, but there was still something fragile about him. Something that flinched at sudden movements and shied away from shadows. Harry met him in one of the private receiving rooms, just the two of them, without guards or witnesses. The healers say I'll recover, Sirius said without preamble. Most of the way, at least. The Dementors take things that don't come back completely. But I'm functional. I can think clearly. I can remember happy things again, sometimes. That's good. Is it? Sirius's laugh was hollow. I spent 6 years with my worst memories on repeat, Harry. 6 years watching James and Lily die, over and over, blaming myself for suggesting Peter as secret keeper. And now I'm free, and they're still dead, and the rat who killed them is still out there somewhere. Harry didn't have an answer for that. What could you say to someone who lost everything and survived? I've been thinking, Sirius continued, about what to do now. The ministries offered me compensation, a lot of gold, which I don't need since I inherited the Black family fortune. They're also offering me a position, if you can believe it. Consultant to the Auror office. Help them catch dark wizards. Will you take it? Maybe. Eventually. Right now I just want... Sirius broke off, struggling for words. I want to know you, Harry. I want to understand who you've become. The goblins have done something remarkable with you, I can see that. But I don't know what that means. I don't know who you are. I'm not sure I know either, Harry admitted. I'm 7 years old. I've lived in a cupboard and a bank vault. I speak gobbledygook and English. I'm learning to fight and manage money and navigate politics. He shrugged. I'm whatever I need to be to survive. That's not an answer. It's the only one I have. Harry met Sirius's gray eyes steadily. What do you want me to be? A victim you can save? A legacy of my parents? A symbol of everything that went wrong? I want you to be happy. Sirius's voice cracked. James and Lily, they wanted you to have a good life, Harry. A normal life. Not this. Normal wasn't an option. Maybe it never was. Harry's voice softened slightly. I'm not unhappy, Sirius. The goblins are good to me. I have purpose. I have people who care about me. It's not what my parents wanted, probably. But it's not bad. Sirius was quiet for a long moment. I miss so much. Your whole childhood. So did I. Harry shrugged. I don't have memories of playing with other kids or celebrating holidays or any of that. The Dursleys made sure of it. But I'm here now. You're here now. We can make new memories. Yeah. Sirius's smile was weak but genuine. Yeah, we can. He leaned back in his chair. Tell me about your training. The goblins are teaching you to fight? So Harry told him. About Bloodfang's combat lessons, Thornback's magical instruction, Griphook's financial education. About learning to read goblin body language and navigate their complex honor codes. About the Dursley campaign and the Wizengamot hearing and everything that had happened since that night when his magic had carried him to safety. Sirius listened, asking occasional questions, his expression shifting between pride and sadness. When Harry finished, the older wizard was silent for a long time. You're incredible, you know that? 7 years old and you've done more than most wizards do in a lifetime. I had help. Everyone has help. The question is what you do with it. Sirius stood, a bit unsteadily. I'm going to be around, Harry. Not in the bank. I don't think I could handle underground living after Azkaban, but close. Maybe in London, maybe in the old black house if I can stand to be there. When you need me, I'll come. And when you're ready for Hogwarts. He trailed off. You'll be there? Try and stop me. Sirius's grin was almost normal. I may not be able to raise you, but I can damn well support you. That's what godfathers do. Harry stood and extended his hand. Sirius ignored it, pulling him into a hug instead, awkward and fierce and desperate. I'm sorry, Sirius whispered. For everything. For not being there. For not protecting you. You're here now, Harry said. That's what matters. When Sirius left, Harry stood alone in the receiving room, processing the encounter. His godfather. An innocent man, broken by injustice, trying to rebuild himself. Another piece of the puzzle. Another ally in the long game. The web was getting more complex. But Harry was starting to see the pattern, and more importantly, starting to understand how to shape it. 3 months after Sirius Black's release, the sealed Potter will finally came before the Wizengamot for review. The legal battle had been exhausting. Layers of bureaucratic obstruction, challenges and counter-challenges, ministry lawyers arguing that unsealing the document would compromise national security. But Harry's advocates had persisted, citing inheritance law and heirs' rights and a dozen obscure precedents that the ministry couldn't easily dismiss. In the end, the chief which ruled in Harry's favor. The will would be read before a closed session of the Wizengamot, with Harry present as the sole beneficiary. Harry arrived at the ministry with Ragnarok, Griphook, and Sirius, the latter attending as both godfather and witness. The chamber was smaller than the main Wizengamot hall, designed for sensitive proceedings that required privacy. An unspeakable, hooded anonymous, carried a sealed scroll to the central platform. The scroll was old, the wax seal intact, the Potter family crest pressed deep into the red surface. The last will and testament of James Fleamont Potter and Lily Potter née Evans, the unspeakable announced. Sealed October 15, 1981, by order of Chief Warlock Albus Dumbledore. Unsealed by order of the Wizengamot this day. The seal broke with a soft crack. The scroll unrolled. The unspeakable began to read. Most of it was expected, the disposition of the Potter estate, all to Harry, held in trust until his majority. The instructions for his care, which named Sirius Black as primary guardian and Alice Longbottom as alternate. The list of people Harry should never be placed with, under any circumstances. The Dursleys? Sirius growled. Harry nodded silently. But the final section was different. A personal message, written in his mother's hand. To our son Harry, and to whomever reads this in the event of our deaths. Harry's breath caught. We have reasons to believe we were betrayed. Our secret keeper was not who the world believed. We changed the arrangement at the last moment, on advice from someone we trusted, advice we now suspect was designed to expose us to the enemy. The chamber was utterly silent. The person who suggested the change, who proposed an alternate secret keeper, was not Sirius Black. It was Albus Dumbledore. Harry heard Sirius make a sound, shock, rage, vindication all at once. We don't believe Dumbledore intended to betray us directly. His motives are always complicated. But we want this on record. If we die, if our secret keeper reveals our location to Voldemort, investigate the circumstances. Ask who benefited. Ask why we were pushed toward a particular choice. And to Harry, our beautiful boy, know that we loved you. Know that we tried to protect you. And know that the wizarding world, for all its wonders, is full of people who will try to use you for their own purposes. Trust carefully. Verify constantly. And never let anyone convince you that your life is less important than some greater good. Your parents, James and Lily Potter. The scroll rolled shut. The chamber remained silent for a long, terrible moment. Dumbledore had suggested the secret keeper change. Dumbledore had pushed them toward Peter Pettigrew. Dumbledore had, directly or indirectly, set in motion the events that led to their deaths. Harry looked at Ragnarok. The goblin's expression was carved from stone. I believe, Ragnarok said softly, we have found another thread for our tapestry. The fallout was immediate and explosive. Dumbledore denied any wrongdoing, of course. He claimed his suggestion had been made in good faith, that he'd had no idea of Pettigrew's true loyalties, that the Potter's letter was the product of paranoia in wartime. His supporters rallied around him, dismissing the accusations as the desperate words of people who'd been living in fear. But the damage was done. The will was public record now. The Potter's own words, accusing the great Albus Dumbledore of complicity in their deaths, could not be unsaid. The political landscape shifted. Dumbledore's control of the Wizengamot, already weakened by the Potter investigation and Black's exoneration, crumbled further. Old enemies sensed opportunity. Former allies quietly distanced themselves. And in the shadows, questions multiplied. If Dumbledore had suggested the secret keeper change, why? What had he gained? What larger plan was he serving? Harry didn't have answers. Not yet. But he had time. 4 years until Hogwarts. 4 years to prepare. 4 years to gather evidence and build alliances and become something that couldn't be manipulated or controlled. The scared boy in the cupboard was gone forever. In his place stood someone else, someone harder, smarter, more dangerous. Someone who understood that in the game of power, truth was the ultimate weapon. And Harry Potter intended to use it. Chapter 4: Forged in the Deep. The training blade whistled past Harry's ear, close enough to stir his hair. He dropped under Bloodfang's follow-up strike, rolled left, came up with his own weapon already moving. Steel rang against steel. The Goblin captain grinned, all teeth, and pressed his advantage. Harry was 10 years old now. 4 years of Goblin training had transformed him from a malnourished waif into something else entirely, still small for his age, but wiry and quick, with reflexes honed by thousands of hours of combat practice. He parried Bloodfang's next attack, redirected the force, stepped inside the Goblin's guard. His blade stopped a finger's width from Bloodfang's throat. Dead? Harry said. Bloodfang's grin widened. Good. Again. They reset. Harry's muscles burned. They'd been at this for 2 hours, but he didn't complain. Goblins didn't respect complaints. They respected results. The next exchange was faster, more brutal. Bloodfang wasn't holding back anymore, not like the early days when Harry had been a fragile child who could barely hold a weapon. Now the captain fought him like a real opponent, expecting Harry to defend himself or suffer the consequences. Harry took a hit to the ribs. Training weapons were blunted but still painful, and used the impact to spin, turning defensive stumble into offensive momentum. His counter caught Bloodfang's wrist, numbed the goblin's grip, and a second strike sent the captain's blade clattering across the stone floor. "Dead again," Harry said, breathing hard. Bloodfang rubbed his wrist, nodding slowly. "You've surpassed every human I've trained. Some of the goblins too, though don't tell them I said so. I had good teachers." "You had adequate teachers and exceptional determination." Bloodfang retrieved his weapon. "That's enough for today. You have other lessons." Harry bowed, goblin custom, showing respect to an instructor, and headed for the baths. For years had taught him the rhythms of Gringotts life: combat training in the mornings, magical theory with Thornback after lunch, financial education with Griphook in the afternoons, language and culture studies in the evenings. It was exhausting. It was also exactly what he needed. The baths were carved from living rock, heated by geothermal vents that ran beneath the goblin city. Harry sank into the hot water and let his muscles unknot. Around him, other goblins came and went, nodding acknowledgement. He was a familiar presence now, the human ward, the Potter heir, the boy who'd stood before the Wisengamot at 6 and spoken truth to power. They'd accepted him. Not as a goblin, that would never happen, and Harry didn't want it to, but as something adjacent. An ally. A friend in goblin terms. He closed his eyes and let the heat work into his bones. Tomorrow was his birthday. 11 years old. The day his Hogwarts letter would arrive. Everything was about to change again. The letter came with breakfast, delivered by a confused-looking owl that had clearly never navigated goblin tunnels before. Harry took the envelope from its talons and gave it a strip of bacon in thanks. The owl hooted gratefully and fled back toward the surface. "Your Hogwarts acceptance," Griphook observed. "As expected." Harry turned the envelope over in his hands. Heavy parchment, green ink, the Hogwarts crest pressed into red wax. His name written in elegant script, Mr. H. Potter, The Goblin Nation, Gringotts Bank, London. "They know where I live. The Hogwarts quill is enchanted to locate any magical child eligible for attendance. It cannot be fooled by wards or concealment." Griphook's tone was dry. "The magic predates the ministry by centuries." Harry broke the seal and read the letter. Standard acceptance language, a list of required supplies, instructions for responding. Nothing surprising, nothing threatening. But it felt heavy in his hands. This piece of parchment represented everything that came next: returning to the wizarding world, navigating Hogwarts politics, dealing with Dumbledore on his own territory. "You've prepared for this," Griphook said, reading his expression. "For years of preparation. You're ready." "I know." Harry folded the letter carefully. "I'm not worried about being ready. I'm worried about what I'll find." "What do you mean?" "Hogwarts is Dumbledore's stronghold. He's had 4 years to prepare too, to figure out how to approach me, how to manipulate me, how to bring me back into his plans." Harry's jaw tightened. "He's not going to give up just because I've been living with goblins." "No. He's not." Griphook's voice was matter-of-fact. "Dumbledore is patient. He thinks in decades, not years. Whatever approach he takes, it will be subtle. Friendly even. He'll try to win you over rather than force you. Which is more dangerous than force. Far more. Direct opposition you can fight. Friendship that conceals manipulation is harder to defend against." Griphook paused. "But you have advantages he doesn't expect. You know his history. You've read the evidence. You understand his patterns. And I have allies." Harry glanced toward the door. Speaking of which, Sirius is coming today? This afternoon? He's been looking forward to your birthday for weeks. Harry smiled. His relationship with Sirius had grown over the past 4 years, built through regular visits and long conversations. His godfather was still scarred by Azkaban, nightmares, occasional paranoia, difficulty trusting, but he was healing. And he was fiercely, unconditionally on Harry's side. That mattered more than Harry could express. Sirius arrived with presents, a cake, and news. The Ministry's appointed a new defense against the dark arts teacher for Hogwarts, he announced, settling into a chair in Harry's quarters. Quirinus Quirrell. He used to teach Muggle studies, took a year off to get field experience. Apparently he had some kind of encounter in Albania that left him jumpy. Albania? Harry's attention sharpened. That's where Voldemort was last rumored to be hiding. I noticed that too. Sirius's expression was grim. Could be coincidence. Could be something else. I've asked some contacts to look into Quirrell's travels, see what they can find. Thank you. Harry filed the information away. Everything connected to everything else. That was the first lesson of Goblin politics. A nervous professor who'd visited Voldemort's territory might mean nothing, or might mean everything. On a lighter note, Sirius produced a wrapped package with theatrical flourish. Happy birthday! Harry unwrapped it carefully. Inside was a two-way mirror, ornate silver frame, glass that seemed to shimmer with inner light. I have the other one, Sirius explained. Say my name into it, and we can talk face to face. Doesn't matter how far apart we are. James and I use them at Hogwarts to coordinate activities. Pranks, you mean? Educational experiments in applied magic. Sirius grinned. The point is, you'll be able to reach me anytime. If something happens at Hogwarts, if you need help, if you just want to talk, I'm there. Harry turned the mirror over in his hands. A direct line to his godfather, bypassing any surveillance or interference. This is perfect. Thank you. There's more. Sirius's grin faded into something more serious. I've been working with Ragnak on a few things. Legal preparations. If Dumbledore tries anything at Hogwarts, manipulation, memory charms, magical compulsion, we have protocols in place. Automatic alerts to Gringotts, emergency extraction procedures, the works. You think he'd go that far? I think Dumbledore believes he's saving the world, and people who believe they're saving the world will justify almost anything. Sirius's voice was flat. Your parents learned that the hard way. I'm not letting it happen to you. Harry set the mirror aside and looked at his godfather, really looked at him. The gray eyes that had seen too much, the gaunt face that was finally filling out, the fierce protectiveness that drove everything he did. I'm glad you're here, Harry said quietly. Not just today. All of it. Having you in my life. Sirius's expression softened. I miss so much, Harry. Your whole childhood. I can't get that back. But I can be here now, and I can make damn sure you never face anything alone. I know. Harry managed a smile. Now let's eat that cake before Griphook shows up and tries to confiscate it for inspection. The Hogwarts Express departed from King's Cross Station on September 1st. Harry arrived at platform 9 3/4 with a minimal escort, just Griphook and 2 guards, plus Sirius in his animagus form, a great black dog trotting at Harry's heels. The goblin presence drew stares from the crowded platform, but Harry ignored them. He was used to being stared at. His trunk was goblin-made, warded against tampering and theft, packed with everything he'd need for the year ahead. His robes were also goblin-crafted, technically compliant with Hogwarts dress code, but subtly different in cut and fabric, marking him as something other than an ordinary student. Remember, Griphook said quietly as they approached the train. You represent the Goblin Nation at Hogwarts. Your behavior reflects on us. I know. And remember that you are not alone. The mirrors, the emergency protocols, your godfather's contacts, use them if you need them. I will. Griphook hesitated, then did something unexpected. He extended his hand in the human fashion. Do well, Mr. Potter. We will be watching with interest. Harry shook the offered hand. Thank you, Griphook. For everything. The goblin's expression might have softened fractionally. Then he stepped back, the guards flanked him, and they walked away without looking back. Goblin custom, farewells were made once and completely, without lingering. Sirius transformed behind a pillar, emerging in human form to give Harry one last hug. Send me a message tonight. Let me know you're settled. I will. And Harry. Sirius's grip tightened. Don't let them change you. Whoever they are, whatever they try. Stay yourself. I will. The whistle blew. Harry climbed aboard the Hogwarts Express. The train was chaos. Students crammed the corridors, shouting greetings, searching for friends, claiming compartments. Harry moved through them like a knife through water, finding an empty compartment near the back and settling in before anyone could recognize him. It didn't last. Within 10 minutes, the doors slid open and a bushy-haired girl stuck her head in. Excuse me, have you seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one and... She stopped, her eyes widening. You're Harry Potter. Harry sighed internally. Yes. And no, I haven't seen a toad. I'm Hermione Granger. We've been writing to each other. Hermione's face lit up with recognition. Your letters about goblin culture were fascinating. I've read everything I can find about goblins in the library, but most wizarding sources are terribly biased. That's because most wizards don't bother to understand goblins. Harry gestured to the seat across from him. You can sit if you want. And if you find Neville, bring him too. I'd rather have company I choose than let random people wander in. Hermione beamed. I'll be right back. She disappeared, and Harry allowed himself a small smile. His correspondence with Hermione had been one of the unexpected bright spots of the past few years. She was brilliant, curious, and utterly uninterested in his fame. She cared about ideas, not celebrity. She returned 15 minutes later with a round-faced boy who was clutching a toad like a lifeline. This is Neville Longbottom. Neville, this is Harry Potter. Neville's eyes went huge. Harry Potter? The Harry Potter? I mean, sorry, that's probably annoying, everyone probably says that. It's fine. Harry's voice was mild. Sit down, Neville. Your toad seems stressed. Neville sat, still looking starstruck. Harry studied him with interest. Longbottom. His mother had been Alice Longbottom, the alternate guardian named in his parents' will. Neville's parents had been tortured into insanity by Death Eaters after the war. Another victim of the conflict, another child growing up without parents. Your grandmother raised you? Harry asked. Neville nodded, surprised. How did you know? My parents will named your mother as my alternate guardian. I looked into what happened to her. I'm sorry. Oh. Neville's voice was small. Thanks. I mean, that's kind of you. Most people don't mention it. Most people are cowards about difficult subjects. Harry shrugged. I'd rather acknowledge reality than pretend it doesn't exist. The compartment door slid open again. A pale blonde boy stood there, flanked by two larger boys who looked like they'd been hired for their intimidating presence. So it's true, the blonde boy said. Harry Potter is on the train. I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. Harry regarded him coolly. He knew the Malfoy name, Old family, old money, deep connections to the dark side of wizarding politics. Lucius Malfoy had claimed Imperius as his defense after the war, buying his way out of consequences. And? Harry said. Draco blinked, apparently expecting a different response. I thought we might be friends. Some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. I can help you figure out which ones are worth your time. I've already figured that out. Harry's voice was flat. The families that didn't abuse me for 6 years, or abandon me to be raised in a cupboard, or seal my parents' will to cover up their own involvement in their deaths. That's a pretty short list, Malfoy, and I don't recall seeing your family on it. Draco's pale face went pink. My father was a Death Eater who bought his freedom by claiming he was mind-controlled. I've read the trial transcripts. Harry stood, and something in his posture made the two larger boys step back instinctively. I've been trained by goblins for 4 years, Malfoy. I know how to assess threats. You're not one. You're just a child trying to play his father's games. You'll regret this, Potter. My family. Your family has enemies who'd love to see them fall. The goblins are very good at encouraging that kind of thing. Harry's smile didn't reach his eyes. Go away, Malfoy. And think carefully before you try this again. Draco's mouth opened and closed. Then, without another word, he turned and stalked away, his bookends hurrying after him. Hermione and Neville stared at Harry. That was... Hermione searched for words. Impressive. That was terrifying, Neville breathed. That was necessary. Harry sat back down. Malfoy's type only understands strength. If I'd been polite, he'd have seen it as weakness and kept pushing. Now he knows there are consequences. But you've made an enemy, Hermione pointed out. I had an enemy the moment his family decided I was worth cultivating. At least now the relationship is honest. Harry glanced out the window. The train was moving through countryside now, green hills rolling past. I've spent 4 years learning to navigate politics, Hermione. The wizarding world isn't different from the goblin world, just less direct. Everyone wants something. The trick is figuring out what and deciding whether to give it to them. That sounds exhausting, Neville said. It is. But it's also how you survive. Harry turned back to them. Now, Hermione, you said you'd read everything about goblins in the library. Tell me what you found. I want to know what wizards think they know about the people who raised me. The conversation shifted to academia, and Harry let himself relax slightly. 2 potential allies found in the first hour. Not a bad start. Hogwarts was everything the books had promised, and nothing like Harry had expected. The castle rose against the darkening sky like something out of a dream, all towers and turrets and glittering windows. The first years crossed the lake in boats, and Harry felt the weight of centuries pressing down on him, magic soaked into every stone, generations of wizards and witches walking these halls before him. Including his parents. Including Dumbledore. The entrance hall was massive, lit by floating candles, filled with the buzz of arriving students. A severe woman in emerald robes, McGonagall, Harry recognized from their previous meeting, waited at the base of a grand staircase. Welcome to Hogwarts, she said, her Scottish accent clipping the words precisely. The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts. Harry listened with half his attention, scanning the room for threats. Old habit, drilled into him by years of combat training. Assess the environment. Identify exits. Note anyone watching too closely. Dumbledore was watching. Harry could feel it, even before he spotted the old wizard standing near the doors to the Great Hall, a grandfatherly presence, twinkling eyes, benevolent smile. Everything about him radiated warmth and welcome. It was, Harry knew, a carefully constructed mask. The real Dumbledore was the one who'd suggested a traitor as secret keeper, who'd placed a child with abusers, who'd sealed a will to hide his own culpability. Their eyes met across the crowd. Dumbledore nodded slightly, a greeting, an acknowledgement, maybe a challenge. Harry nodded back, his expression blank. Let the game begin. The Sorting Hat was sentient. Harry realized this the moment McGonagall placed it on his head. A voice whispered directly into his mind, ancient and amused. Well, well. What do we have here? Harry Potter, raised by goblins. Now that's something I've never seen before. Harry kept his face neutral. Just sort me. I don't need the commentary. Oh, but the commentary is the interesting part. Let's see, courage, yes, plenty of that. A fair amount of cunning, too. Loyalty to those who've earned it, and no mercy for those who haven't. The hat made a thoughtful sound. Gryffindor is where your parents went. Dumbledore expects you there. But you don't strike me as someone who does what's expected. I go where I'll be most effective. Slytherin would teach you politics. Ravenclaw would feed your hunger for knowledge. Hufflepuff would give you allies who value loyalty. The hat paused. But you've already learned all of that from the goblins, haven't you? You don't need Hogwarts to teach you. You need Hogwarts as a stage. Meaning? Meaning the house matters less than what you do with it. You'll shake things up wherever I put you. The question is what kind of shaking. Harry thought about this. Slytherin would be a statement, a rejection of expectations. But it would also isolate him, make alliances harder, paint him as something he wasn't. Gryffindor would put him in Dumbledore's orbit, under the headmaster's eye, but also among potential allies like Hermione and Neville. Gryffindor, he decided. Better to be where my enemies can see me. Easier to watch them back. The hat chuckled. Spoken like a true Slytherin. But very well, Gryffindor. The last word boomed across the great hall. The Gryffindor table erupted in cheers. They'd gotten the boy who lived, the famous Harry Potter, the trophy student everyone wanted. Harry walked to the table with measured steps, ignoring the excitement around him. He found a seat near Hermione, who'd been sorted earlier, and settled in to watch the rest of the ceremony. Neville went to Gryffindor. Malfoy went to Slytherin, sneering at Harry across the hall. The other first years distributed themselves among the four houses. And at the head table, Dumbledore watched it all with that same benevolent smile, his eyes lingering on Harry with an interest that felt like weight. The sorting ended. Dumbledore stood to give a speech, brief words of welcome, a few announcements, a warning about a forbidden corridor on the third floor. Harry filed that detail away. Forbidden meant interesting. Interesting meant worth investigating. Then the feast began, and Harry let himself eat while keeping his awareness on high alert. First day at Hogwarts. First step into Dumbledore's territory. The game had officially begun. Gryffindor Tower was high in the castle, accessed through a portrait of a fat woman who demanded passwords. The common room was cozy, all red and gold, with comfortable chairs and a crackling fire. Harry's dormitory was shared with 4 other boys: Neville, a red-headed boy named Ron Weasley, and 2 others named Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas. They spent the first night unpacking and getting acquainted, the usual awkward introductions of new roommates. Ron Weasley was particularly eager to befriend Harry, dropping hints about his family's history with the Potters and asking questions about Harry's fame. Harry answered politely but without warmth. Ron's family might be decent. The Goblins had no particular grudge against the Weasleys. But Harry didn't make friends based on their interest in his celebrity. "Is it true you lived with goblins?" Seamus asked, eyes wide. Like actually in Gringotts? For 4 years, yes. What was it like? Educational. Harry arranged his trunk at the foot of his bed, activating the wards with a touch. The goblins don't coddle. They expect results. Sounds rough, Dean said. It was what I needed. Harry sat on his bed, meeting their curious gazes evenly. I came to them broken. They helped me become something else. Something else? Ron's voice was uncertain. What's that mean? Harry smiled slightly. Ask me again in a few years. I'm still figuring it out. The others exchanged glances but didn't press further. Harry pulled out Sirius's mirror and spoke his godfather's name quietly. Harry! Sirius's face appeared in the glass, grinning widely. You made it. Gryffindor, I heard? The hat suggested Slytherin, actually. I talked it into Gryffindor. You talked the Sorting Hat into changing its mind? Sirius laughed. James would have loved that. He always said the hat wasn't as smart as it thought it was. It's definitely opinionated. Harry kept his voice low, conscious of the other boys pretending not to eavesdrop. I'm in. Everything went smoothly. How does it feel? Being there? Harry considered the question. The castle pressing around him, full of magic and history. His parents' school. Dumbledore's school. Like being in enemy territory, he admitted. Beautiful enemy territory. But still. Sirius's expression sobered. Stay sharp. And remember, anything you need anytime, I'm here. I know. Thanks, Sirius. They exchanged goodnights and Harry tucked the mirror under his pillow. Around him, his roommates settled into their own beds, the excited chatter gradually fading into sleepy murmurs. Harry lay awake, staring at the canopy above his bed, running through everything he'd observed during the evening. The forbidden corridor. Quirrell's nervous twitching whenever he looked at Harry. Dumbledore's calculating gaze. The way certain professors had watched him during the feast, assessing, measuring. Something was happening at Hogwarts. Something more than just a new school year. Harry intended to find out what. Classes began the next day, and Harry discovered that Hogwarts education was frustrating. Not because it was difficult. Compared to Thornback's magical theory sessions, the first-year curriculum was laughably basic. But because it was taught so poorly. Professor Binns, the history of magic teacher, was a ghost who droned on without caring if anyone listened. Professor Flitwick was competent but focused entirely on wand movements, ignoring the underlying principles of charm work. Professor McGonagall was excellent, strict but fair, genuinely invested in her students' progress. But even she taught transfiguration as a set of techniques rather than a coherent magical discipline. Thornback had taught Harry to understand magic as a system. These professors taught spells as isolated tricks. The exception was Severus Snape. Potions class took place in the dungeons, a cold room full of strange smells and pickled things in jars. Snape swept in like a black-robed thundercloud, his voice barely above a whisper but somehow carrying to every corner. You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making, he began, his dark eyes scanning the room. As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, and snaring the senses. His gaze found Harry. Something flickered there, old pain, old hatred, but also something else. Something like reluctant curiosity. Potter. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry met Snape's stare without flinching. The draught of living death. A powerful sleeping potion. The exact proportions are critical. Too much asphodel induces coma, too little allows resistance. Snape's eyes narrowed. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? The stomach of a goat. It's a universal antidote, effective against most poisons but not all. It fails against certain magical venoms and specially crafted toxins. And the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? There isn't one. They're the same plant, also called aconite. The root is useful in the wolfsbane potion, which allows werewolves to retain their minds during transformation. Silence stretched through the dungeon. The other students were staring. Snape's expression was unreadable. It seems, Snape said finally, that some of you have done your homework. 5 points to Gryffindor. Try not to let it go to your head. He turned away and began the lesson properly. Harry felt the weight of his classmates' attention but ignored it. He'd answered correctly because Thornback had drilled him on potions theory, not to show off. But he'd also sent a message. To Snape, to the watching students, to whoever heard about this later. Harry Potter wasn't a normal first year. He came prepared. After class, Snape's voice stopped him at the door. Potter. A moment. Harry waited while the other students filed out, Hermione shooting him a curious glance. When they were alone, Snape studied him with that strange, conflicted expression. You have your mother's eyes. So I'm told. She was talented. Brilliant, actually, though I'd never have admitted it when we were students. Snape's voice was rough. I made her life difficult. I was young and stupid and angry at the world. Harry waited. This felt like a confession, and he'd learned that confessions were most valuable when you let them run their course. I saw the photographs, Snape continued, from when you arrived at Gringotts. The injuries. The malnutrition. His jaw tightened. Lily would have been devastated. And I did nothing. I knew you'd been placed with Petunia, and I did nothing, because I assumed Dumbledore knew what he was doing. Most people assumed that. Most people didn't know Petunia Evans. Snape's eyes were haunted. I grew up near them. I saw how she treated Lily, the jealousy, the cruelty. I knew what she was. And I still did nothing. Harry considered this. Another adult admitting failure, asking for, what? Forgiveness? Understanding? You can't change the past, Harry said finally. But you're here now. What you do going forward, that's what matters. Gryffindor wisdom. Snape's lips twisted. How nauseating. Goblin pragmatism, actually. They don't waste time on regret. Only on results. Snape studied him for a long moment. You're not what I expected. Not what any of us expected. Good. Expected is predictable. Predictable is vulnerable. Harry moved toward the door. Professor, one question. Yes? The headmaster. Does he know what really happened to my parents? The will, the secret keeper, all of it? Snape's face went carefully blank. I don't know what the headmaster knows. No one does. That's rather the point. But you have suspicions. I have many suspicions, Potter. Very few of them suitable for discussion with students. Snape turned away. Go to your next class. And, he paused. Be careful. Hogwarts has secrets. Not all of them are safe. Harry filed that warning away with all the others and left the dungeon. The weeks passed. Harry settled into the rhythm of Hogwarts life, attending classes, completing assignments, observing everything and everyone. He studied the Forbidden Corridor during his explorations, determining that it was guarded by powerful wards and, according to castle gossip, a three-headed dog. Something valuable was being hidden there. Something Dumbledore wanted protected. He watched Quirrell, the nervous defense professor who stuttered through his lessons and couldn't meet Harry's eyes. The man was hiding something, Harry was certain of it. And his scar prickled painfully whenever Quirrell came near, a sensation Harry had never experienced before. He built relationships carefully. Hermione became a genuine friend, her brilliant mind and loyal heart complementing Harry's more strategic approach. Neville showed unexpected depths beneath his nervous exterior, a courage that surfaced when it mattered. Ron Weasley remained friendly but surface level. Harry didn't trust the boy's motives enough to let him closer. And he received regular reports from Ragnarok, delivered through secure channels. The Ministry has formally acknowledged Sirius Black's innocence, one report noted. Compensation proceedings are complete. He has been reinstated as your godfather with full legal authority. The search for Peter Pettigrew continues, another stated. Surveillance has been established on known Death Eater associates. No confirmed sightings. Dumbledore has been making inquiries about your time with the Goblin Nation, a third warned. He is trying to understand how we trained you and what we told you. Recommend continued caution. Harry absorbed it all, building his mental map of allies and enemies, opportunities and threats. And then, in late October, the troll came. Halloween night. The Great Hall decorated with live bats and floating pumpkins, the tables laden with food. Harry was eating quietly, watching the room, when the doors burst open and Professor Quirrell ran in screaming about a troll in the dungeons. Chaos erupted. Students screamed. Dumbledore ordered everyone to their common rooms, and the prefects began herding students toward the exits. Harry didn't move immediately. Something was wrong. Quirrell's performance was too theatrical, too calculated. And Hermione, Harry said sharply. Where's Hermione? Neville looked around, eyes widening. She went to the bathroom earlier. She was upset about something, Ron said. Harry was already moving, pushing against the flow of students heading for the towers. The bathroom was near the dungeons, near where the troll was supposedly located. Except, Harry stopped, thinking rapidly. Quirrell had come from the upper floors. How had he encountered a troll in the dungeons? Unless the troll wasn't in the dungeons. Unless it was a distraction. Harry changed direction, heading for the third-floor corridor instead. Whatever was being hidden there, tonight was the night someone was making a move for it. He found the corridor just as a figure emerged from the guarded door, Quirrell, his stutter gone, his posture entirely different. Potter. Quirrell's voice was cold, calm. I wondered if you'd figure it out. Harry's wand was in his hand, his stance shifting to combat readiness. You're after whatever Dumbledore's hiding. The Philosopher's Stone. A pretty bauble that grants immortality and endless gold. Quirrell smiled. My master has use for it. Your master? A different voice answered, hissing, terrible, coming from somewhere around Quirrell. Turn around. Let me see him. Quirrell reached up and unwound his turban. He turned. Harry's scar exploded with pain. A face was growing from the back of Quirrell's head. Chalk-white skin, red eyes, slits for a nose. A face from nightmares and history books, impossible and yet undeniably present. Harry Potter, Voldemort said. We meet again. Harry didn't waste time on shock. He moved, casting a goblin battle hex that should have shattered bone, but Quirrell was faster than he looked, or Voldemort was controlling him with supernatural reflexes. The spell was deflected. Quirrell advanced. You've been trained, Voldemort observed. Interesting. The goblins have prepared you for war. But you're still a child, and I am Lord Voldemort. This can only end one way. Harry backed up, mind racing. He couldn't win this fight, not directly. Voldemort had decades of experience, and was possessing a grown wizard. But he didn't need to win. He needed to survive until help arrived. He activated the emergency protocol Sirius had given him, a small coin in his pocket, pressed 3 times. It would alert Gringotts and Sirius simultaneously. Calling for help? Voldemort laughed. It won't arrive in time. Maybe not. Harry raised his wand. But I don't need to beat you. I just need to stop you from getting what you came for. He cast the most destructive curse he knew, not at Quirrell, but at the door behind him. The ancient wood exploded inward. Flames spread across the doorframe. Whatever protections lay beyond would be triggered, the traps Dumbledore had set activating all at once. Quirrell screamed. The fire was spreading faster than it should, the magic of the protections feeding on each other, turning the corridor into an inferno. You little fool! Voldemort's voice was pure rage. The stone will be destroyed! Good. Harry was already running, sprinting away from the flames, his lungs burning. Better destroyed than in your hands. He heard Quirrell's pursuit behind him, but the fire was faster. Something collapsed in the corridor, stone grinding, magic discharging. An explosion threw Harry off his feet, and he slammed into a wall hard enough to see stars. When his vision cleared, the corridor was blocked by rubble. No sign of Quirrell. Harry lay there, breathing hard, his scar still throbbing. Footsteps. Dumbledore appeared, his expression grave. Behind him, McGonagall and several other professors were casting spells to contain the fire. Harry. Dumbledore crouched beside him. What happened? Harry looked up at the old wizard, the man who'd placed him with abusers, who'd manipulated his parents, who'd known about the Philosopher's Stone, and used it as bait for exactly this situation. Voldemort, Harry said flatly. He was possessing Quirrell. He wanted the stone. Dumbledore's eyes widened slightly. You saw him? He spoke to me. Face growing out of the back of Quirrell's head. Harry forced himself to sit up. I destroyed the corridor. Triggered all your traps at once. The stone is probably gone. Something flickered across Dumbledore's face. Disappointment? Frustration? That was very decisive, Dumbledore said carefully. The stone cannot be recovered now. It seems you've made a significant choice for everyone. Voldemort would have used it to come back. I stopped him. Harry met Dumbledore's gaze. You're welcome. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The tension between them was palpable. Mentor and student, manipulator and target. 2 chess players studying each other across the board. Indeed, Dumbledore said finally. Well done, Harry. We should get you to the hospital wing. He helped Harry to his feet, and Harry led him. For now. But as they walked through the castle, Harry turned over everything he'd learned. Voldemort was alive, barely, parasitically, but alive. He was trying to return. And Dumbledore had known, had planned for it, had used the stone as a lure. What else was the old wizard planning? What role did he intend for Harry to play? The game was more complex than Harry had realized. But he was still in it. And he had no intention of losing. The hospital wing was quiet. Harry lay in a bed, his injuries healed but his mind racing. Madame Pomfrey had fussed over him for an hour before finally leaving him to rest. He wasn't alone. Sirius had arrived within minutes of the emergency signal, and he sat in a chair beside Harry's bed, his face pale with residual fear. You fought Voldemort. Sirius's voice was hoarse. At 11 years old. Alone. I didn't have much choice. He was there. I couldn't let him get the stone. You could have died. I could die crossing the street. At least this meant something. Harry turned his head to look at his godfather. I'm okay, Sirius. Bruised, tired, but okay. This time. Sirius's hands were shaking. I can't, Harry, I can't lose you too. Not after everything. Harry reached out and gripped Sirius's hand. You won't. I promise. I didn't survive 6 years with the Dursleys and 4 years of goblin training to get killed by a possessed professor. Sirius laughed weakly. That's not reassuring. It's the truth. Harry squeezed his hand. I'm careful, Sirius. I assess risks. I prepare contingencies. Tonight was dangerous, but I knew what I was doing. Did you? Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like an 11-year-old decided to fight the darkest wizard in history. An 11-year-old who destroyed the corridor instead of engaging in direct combat, triggered the enemy's own traps against him, and escaped with minor injuries. Harry's voice was calm. I'm not reckless, Sirius. I'm calculated. There's a difference. Sirius studied him for a long moment. You sound like Ragnarok. I'll take that as a compliment. It wasn't one. But Sirius's lips twitched. Fine. You're a terrifying little goblin-raised weapon, and I should stop worrying. You should never stop worrying. That's what family does. Harry managed a smile. But maybe worry about more realistic threats. Like whether I'm eating enough vegetables. Sirius snorted. James used to say things like that. Right before he did something incredibly stupid. Then I'll have to make sure my stupidity is always incredibly successful. Harry closed his eyes. Stay tonight? I don't want to be alone. Always. Sirius settled back in his chair. Sleep, Harry. I'll keep watch. Harry let himself drift, his godfather's presence a comfort against the darkness. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. Dumbledore's questions. The aftermath of Quirrell's death. The beginning of whatever game Voldemort would play next. But tonight he'd won. He'd faced the darkest wizard in history and survived. He'd destroyed a weapon that could have ended everything. Not bad for his first year at Hogwarts. The year ended quietly. Gryffindor won the House Cup, largely due to the points Harry earned for services to the school. Dumbledore's speech at the final feast praised Harry's courage while smoothly glossing over the more complicated aspects of what had happened. Harry accepted the acclaim with a neutral expression. He knew what it was, political maneuvering, Dumbledore positioning himself as Harry's mentor and supporter. The old wizard wanted to rewrite their relationship, to pretend the conflict between them didn't exist. Harry would let him pretend. For now. The train ride back to London was peaceful. Harry sat with Hermione and Neville, discussing summer plans and next year's courses. Normal student conversation, normal student concerns. But underneath, Harry's mind was already moving forward. Voldemort was out there. Weakened, but not destroyed. He would try again. The Philosopher's Stone was gone, but there would be other opportunities. Other schemes. Other threats. And Dumbledore. Dumbledore remained the great unknown. An ally against Voldemort, perhaps. But also a manipulator, a schemer, a man who'd let Harry suffer for years in service to some greater plan. The game continued. The pieces were still moving. Harry Potter, raised by goblins, survivor of his first year at Hogwarts, stepped off the train and into the summer sun. Ragnarok was waiting on the platform, accompanied by Grip Hook and a guard escort. His expression was as unreadable as ever, but something in his eyes might have been pride. Welcome back, Mr. Potter. The Goblin King inclined his head. I trust you had an educational year. Very educational. Harry fell into step beside him. I have a lot to report. I expect you do. Ragnar's lips twitched. We'll discuss it at length. For now, know that you've exceeded expectations once again. They walked toward the Goblin entrance, leaving the crowds of students and families behind. Harry was going home. And somewhere in the shadows, new plans were forming, new threats emerging, new chapters of the story waiting to be written. He was ready. Chapter 5: The Return of the Heir. The Hogwarts Express pulled into King's Cross Station on a gray September morning, and Harry Potter stepped onto platform 9 3/4 for his second year with the weight of summer revelations heavy on his mind. 3 months of investigation had yielded disturbing results. The diary was found in Ginny Weasley's cauldron, Ragnar had reported during one of their strategy sessions. Placed there by Lucius Malfoy during an altercation at Flourish and Blotts. Our agents observed the entire exchange. Harry had studied the intelligence carefully. A dark artifact, slipped to an 11-year-old girl, designed to possess and manipulate. Malfoy's fingerprints all over it, but nothing that could be proven in court. What is it? Harry had asked. We don't know yet. Our curse breakers are analyzing similar items from the Black family vault. Sirius granted us access. The magical signature is familiar. Old. Powerful. Ragnar's expression had been troubled. I suspect it's connected to Voldemort. Everything dark in this country seems to be. Now, walking through the crowded platform, Harry spotted the Weasley family. Ginny Weasley clutched a worn bag to her chest, her face pale, her eyes shadowed. She looked like someone carrying a terrible secret. Because she was. She just didn't know it yet. Harry filed away his observations and headed for the train. He had a year of work ahead of him, classes to attend, allies to cultivate, and a possessed girl to save from an artifact that wanted to consume her soul. Just another year at Hogwarts. The compartment was already occupied when Harry arrived. Hermione looked up from her book with a bright smile. Harry! How was your summer? Productive. Harry stowed his trunk and settled into the seat across from her. Yours? My parents took me to France. The magical district in Paris is fascinating, completely different approach to ward architecture than what we see in Britain. She launched into an enthusiastic description of French magical theory, and Harry let himself relax into the familiar rhythm of her conversation. Neville arrived a few minutes later, looking more confident than he had at the end of last year. His grandmother had apparently decided that surviving a troll attack and befriending the boy who lived warranted some respect, and the change in treatment had done wonders for his self-esteem. Gran's letting me get a new wand, Neville announced proudly. She finally admitted that using my father's wasn't working. We went to Ollivander's last week, cherry and unicorn hair, 13 inches. That's wonderful, Neville. Hermione beamed. A matched wand makes such a difference. You'll see improvement in all your practical work. The train began moving. Harry watched the platform slide away, his mind already sorting through priorities for the term. The diary was problem 1. He needed to get it away from Ginny before it could do serious damage, but he couldn't simply take it. That would raise questions he wasn't prepared to answer. He needed to understand what it was first, and how to destroy it safely. Problem 2 was Dumbledore. The headmaster had spent the summer sending carefully worded letters, invitations to tea, requests for discussions about the future. Harry had ignored them all, channeling responses through Gringotts' legal department. Let Dumbledore wonder what he was thinking. Problem 3 was the Chamber of Secrets. Ragnarok's researchers had uncovered references to it in Goblin historical records. A hidden chamber built by Salazar Slytherin, supposedly containing some kind of monster. The records were fragmented, but they suggested the chamber had been opened before, decades ago, with deadly results. If Malfoy is moving pieces, Ragnarok had said, the diary might be connected to the chamber. Slytherin's heir, Slytherin's secrets. There's a pattern here. Harry intended to find that pattern before anyone got hurt. The sorting ceremony was uneventful except for one detail. Ginny Weasley was sorted into Gryffindor. Harry watched her walk to the table, clutching that worn bag, her movements slightly off. Not quite natural. Like someone fighting against invisible strings. The diary was already working on her. After the feast, Harry caught Hermione's arm as they headed for the common room. I need your help with something. Research project. Can you meet me in the library tomorrow after classes? Hermione's eyes lit up. She never could resist a research challenge. Of course. What are we looking for? Horcruxes, Harry said quietly. And a wizard named Tom Riddle. The library became their base of operations. Hermione threw herself into the research with characteristic intensity, tracking down every reference to soul magic and dark artifacts she could find. Most of the relevant books were in the restricted section, but Harry had accumulated enough favor with the professors, and enough skill at circumventing restrictions, to access what they needed. A Horcrux is a container for a piece of soul, Hermione reported after a week of digging. Created through murder, which fractures the soul, and a dark ritual that binds the fragment to an object. The object becomes nearly indestructible, and as long as it exists, the creator cannot truly die. Harry processed this. So if someone made a Horcrux, they'd be immortal? Functionally, yes. Kill the body, and they'd become a spirit, like Voldemort after he attacked you. But they could possess people, eventually find a way to create a new body. The only way to truly destroy them would be to destroy all their Horcruxes first. All? You can make more than one? Theoretically. The books are vague, but they suggest multiple Horcruxes would make someone even harder to kill, and even more unstable. The soul isn't meant to be divided. Each split would cost something. Sanity, humanity, the ability to feel certain emotions. Harry thought about Voldemort's red eyes, his snake-like face, his casual cruelty. He made multiple Horcruxes. You think so? I know so. Harry's voice was grim. The diary is one of them. That's why it can possess people. It's got a piece of his soul inside it. Hermione went pale. The diary that Ginny Weasley has? The same. Malfoy gave it to her. I don't think he knows what it really is, probably just thought it was a cursed object that would cause chaos. But Voldemort must have given it to him for safekeeping, back before he fell. We have to get it away from her. We will. But carefully. If we just take it, she might be damaged. The connection between her and the diary could be strong enough that severing it violently would hurt her. Harry leaned back in his chair. We need to understand how to destroy it first. Then we move. The attack started in November. Mrs. Norris, the caretaker's cat, was found petrified outside a flooded bathroom. Writing on the wall proclaimed, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware." The school erupted into panic. Students traveled in groups. The professors instituted new security measures. Dumbledore looked worried for the first time Harry had ever seen. And Ginny Weasley grew paler and more withdrawn with each passing day. Harry watched her across the great hall, noting the dark circles under her eyes, the way her hands trembled when she wrote. She was losing herself to the diary, piece by piece, and no one else seemed to notice. He couldn't wait any longer. That night, Harry slipped out of Gryffindor Tower and made his way to Myrtle's bathroom, the flooded bathroom where Mrs. Norris had been found. The place had significance. He could feel it. The ghost of moaning Myrtle drifted through a stall as he entered. "Come to make fun of me? Everyone else does." "I came to ask you a question." Harry kept his voice respectful. The goblins had taught him that every source of information deserved courtesy. "How did you die?" Myrtle's expression shifted from petulant to something else, a kind of dark satisfaction. "No one's ever asked me that before. I'm asking now." "It was dreadful. I was crying in that stall, Olive Hornby was teasing me about my glasses, and I heard someone come in. A boy's voice, speaking some strange language. And then I saw a pair of great big yellow eyes, and I died." Yellow eyes. A creature that killed with its gaze. "Where did the eyes come from?" "Over there." Myrtle pointed at one of the sinks. "That sink's never worked. No one knows why." Harry examined the sink. Old pipes, tarnished brass, and there, a tiny snake etched into one of the taps. He'd found the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Harry didn't go in. Not yet. Instead, he returned to the library and cross-referenced everything he knew. A creature that killed with its gaze. Slytherin's monster. A snake symbol marking the entrance. A basilisk. Hermione breathed when he shared his conclusions. "Of course. The king of serpents. Its gaze is lethal, and it can petrify through indirect eye contact, like seeing its reflection. That's why Mrs. Norris was petrified, not killed. She saw the basilisk through the water on the floor." Slytherin was a Parselmouth. He'd want a snake as his monster. Harry's mind raced. The diary is controlling Ginny, using her to open the chamber and release the basilisk. Voldemort must have done the same thing when he was a student. That's why Myrtle died 50 years ago. "We need to tell someone. Dumbledore. Dumbledore will try to handle it himself and shut me out. He doesn't trust me, and I don't trust him." Harry shook his head. "We do this ourselves. Me, you, Neville if he's willing. And we do it smart." "How?" "First, we get the diary away from Ginny. I'll handle that. I can pickpocket it during dinner, replace it with a dummy before she notices. Then we destroy the Horcrux. You've been researching methods?" Hermione nodded slowly. "Basilisk venom would work. Fiend fire. A few other options. The problem is getting any of them." "Not a problem." Harry allowed himself a small smile. "I'm about to go into a chamber that houses a basilisk. If I survive, I'll have all the venom I need." "Harry, you can't fight a basilisk alone." "I won't be alone. I'm calling Sirius. And Ragnarok is sending a team of cursebreakers to wait outside the school. If something goes wrong, they'll extract you and Neville and burn Hogwarts to the ground if that's what it takes." Hermione stared at him. "You've been planning this." "Since September. The diary, the chamber, all of it. I've been preparing for this moment since I first learned what Malfoy did." Harry's voice was calm. "I don't fight battles I haven't already won, Hermione. The goblins taught me that." The operation began on a cold December night. Harry made his move at dinner, brushing past Ginny's chair with the smooth precision of goblin pickpocket training. The diary slipped from her bag into his robes. A weighted dummy took its place. She'd notice eventually, but by then it would be too late. Sirius was waiting in Myrtle's bathroom, having entered Hogwarts through secret passages he'd memorized during his student days. His face was grim but determined. "You're sure about this?" "No." Harry examined the snake-marked tap. "But I'm doing it anyway." "That's not comforting." "It's honest." Harry focused on the snake, let the strange second language rise in his throat. Open! The sink shuddered, groaned, and began to move. A massive pipe opened in the floor, descending into darkness. Sirius looked down into the void. Right. Let's go kill a giant snake. They descended. The Chamber of Secrets was vast. Stone serpents lined the walls, their eyes gleaming with reflected light from Harry's wand. Water dripped somewhere in the distance. The air smelled of ancient magic and decay. At the far end of the chamber, a massive statue of Salazar Slytherin dominated the space. And at its feet, Ginny Weasley lay motionless on the stone floor. A young man stood over her, handsome, dark-haired, somehow translucent. He looked up as Harry and Sirius approached, and smiled. Harry Potter. I wondered if you'd come. Tom Riddle. Harry stopped a careful distance away. Or do you prefer Voldemort? The smile flickered. You know who I am. I know what you are. A piece of soul, trapped in a diary, feeding off an 11-year-old girl. Harry's voice was flat. I've come to end you. Riddle laughed. And me? I'm Lord Voldemort. I am immortal. You're a fraction. A splinter. The real Voldemort is out there somewhere, weak and pathetic, barely clinging to existence. Harry raised his wand. And you're about to be nothing at all. Riddle's expression twisted with rage. He turned to the statue and hissed in Parseltongue. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. The statue's mouth opened. Something stirred within. Harry had seconds. He didn't hesitate. 4 years of goblin combat training took over, his body moving before his conscious mind could catch up. He sprinted toward Ginny as Sirius cast curse after curse at Riddle, trying to disrupt the apparition's concentration. The basilisk emerged, 60 feet of scaled death, its massive head turning toward him. Harry kept his eyes fixed on the ground, watching only the shadows. He'd planned for this. He knew how to fight blind. The basilisk lunged. Harry dodged, feeling the displacement of air as massive jaws snapped shut inches from his body. He rolled, came up, and cast a blinding curse at where the creature's eyes should be. The basilisk screamed. Not dead, but hurt. Disoriented. Sirius! The diary! His godfather was already moving, the diary in one hand, a basilisk fang from the shed skins near the entrance in the other. He drove the fang down into the leather cover. Riddle shrieked. Black ink, like blood, sprayed from the wound. The apparition flickered, fading, dissolving into nothing. The basilisk went berserk. Harry grabbed Ginny's unconscious body and ran, dragging her toward the exit tunnel. Sirius covered their retreat, throwing everything he had at the thrashing snake. Go! Sirius shouted. I'll hold it! Like hell! Harry, go! Harry went. He hated himself for it, but he went, carrying Ginny through the tunnel, climbing toward the bathroom above. Behind him, he heard Sirius's voice raised in a final, desperate spell. A massive crash. Silence. Harry deposited Ginny on the bathroom floor and turned back toward the pipe. Sirius emerged a moment later, bleeding from a dozen cuts, his robes shredded, but alive. Grinning. The ceiling collapsed. Buried the thing. He collapsed against the sink. Bloody hell, Harry. Let's never do that again. Harry laughed, a wild, relieved sound. No promises. The aftermath was chaos. Dumbledore arrived minutes after Harry's emergency signal reached the Goblin team, finding them in the hospital wing with Ginny Weasley beginning to stir. The headmaster's face cycled through several expressions: relief, confusion, frustration, and something that might have been grudging respect. You destroyed the basilisk. We buried it. Same effect. Harry sat beside Ginny's bed, watching her color slowly return. The diary was the real threat. A Horcrux. One of Voldemort's. Dumbledore went very still. You know about Horcruxes. I know about a lot of things. Harry met the old wizard's gaze steadily. I know Riddle made multiple Horcruxes. I know the diary was one of them. I know that if we want to actually destroy Voldemort, we need to find and destroy all of them. The silence stretched. This is not information I expected you to possess, Dumbledore said finally. Clearly. You've been hoarding it, playing your cards close, planning to reveal things when you thought I was ready. Harry's voice was hard. I decided not to wait. Harry. No. The word cut through Dumbledore's response. You don't get to harry me. You placed me with the Dursleys. You sealed my parents' will. You suggested Peter Pettigrew as secret keeper. You've manipulated and maneuvered and controlled everything around me since the day I was born. Harry stood. That ends now. I was protecting you. You were protecting your plans. There's a difference. Harry walked toward the door. I destroyed the diary. I saved Ginny Weasley. I handled the crisis you failed to prevent. And I did it without your help, without your guidance, without your permission. He paused at the threshold. I don't need you, Professor. I never did. He left Dumbledore standing alone in the hospital wing, surrounded by the wreckage of his carefully constructed strategies. The rest of the year passed in a blur of aftermath. Lucius Malfoy was called before the Wisengamot to explain how a dark artifact in his possession had endangered students at Hogwarts. He squirmed and deflected and ultimately escaped serious consequences. His wealth and connections still protected him, but his reputation took a significant hit. Ginny Weasley recovered slowly, traumatized by her possession but alive and whole. She sought Harry out a week after the incident, her eyes red from crying. You saved me. You knew what was happening, and you stopped it. Someone had to. But why you? Why not the professors, or Dumbledore, or... Because they weren't paying attention. They never do. Harry's voice was gentle. You're not alone anymore, Ginny. What happened to you? It's not your fault. And there are people who care about you, who'll help you through this. She hugged him, fierce and sudden. Harry let her, understanding the need for human contact after what she'd endured. Thank you, she whispered. You're welcome. Now go talk to your brothers. They've been worried sick. Ginny pulled back, wiped her eyes, and hurried away. Harry watched her go, satisfied that she'd recover. Strong people usually did. June arrived, bringing exams and farewells. Harry sat in Ragnar's office, delivered his end-of-year report with military precision. The Goblin King listened without interrupting, his expression giving nothing away. A Horcrux destroyed, Ragnar said when Harry finished. A basilisk defeated. Voldemort's plans disrupted once again. He paused. And your relationship with Dumbledore? Fractured beyond repair. Harry didn't pretend to regret it. He knows I'm not controllable. He knows I have resources and information he didn't expect. We'll see how he adjusts. He'll try to win you over. Charm, reason, appeals to the greater good. Let him try. I know what he is. Harry met Ragnar's eyes. I'm not a piece on his board anymore. I'm a player with my own pieces, my own strategies. That changes everything. Ragnar nodded slowly. You've grown, Mr. Potter. In 4 years, you've become something remarkable. I had good teachers. You had adequate teachers and exceptional will. The result is your own achievement. Ragnar stood. The summer will be busy. We have leads on other Horcruxes to pursue. Voldemort's followers are stirring, they sense their master's return is coming. And there are political battles to fight, alliances to forge, preparations to make. I'm ready. I know you are. Something that might have been pride flickered across the Goblin King's face. Welcome to the War Room, Mr. Potter. This is where the real work happens. The War Room was deep in Gringotts, a chamber Harry had only glimpsed before. Maps covered every wall. Not ordinary maps. These showed magical flow, population centers, political influence. Pins marked locations of interest, suspected Horcrux sites, Death Eater safe houses, ministry vulnerabilities. A dozen goblins worked at various stations, analyzing data, coordinating operations. Sirius was there too, poring over intelligence reports with blood fawn. Harry. Sirius looked up with a grim smile. About time they let you in here. I had to prove myself first. Harry took in the scope of the operation, years of work, careful preparation, resources he hadn't imagined. This is incredible. This is survival, Ragnar corrected. We've known for decades that Voldemort would return. The goblins play long games, Mr. Potter. We've been preparing for this war since before you were born. And now? Now we have the peace we needed. You. Ragnar gestured at the central map. Your testimony at the Wisengamot shifted public opinion. Your destruction of the diary eliminated one Horcrux and proved they can be found and destroyed. Your presence at Hogwarts gives us eyes in Dumbledore's territory. He paused. You are the linchpin of our strategy, Harry. Everything else builds around you. Harry absorbed this. Not a pawn. Not a weapon to be aimed and fired. A linchpin, essential, central, irreplaceable. What's the plan? We find the Horcruxes. All of them. The locket, the cup, the diadem, we have leads on each. We destroy them, one by one, until Voldemort is truly mortal. Ragnar's voice hardened. And then we kill him. The Ministry won't help. Dumbledore will try to interfere. The Ministry is corrupt and incompetent. They'll be worse than useless until Voldemort's return is undeniable. Dumbledore. Ragnar paused. Dumbledore is complicated. He wants the same thing we do, but his methods are problematic. He thinks I need to die. Harry said it flatly. To destroy the Horcrux in my scar. Silence fell across the war room. You know about that, Ragnar said quietly. I've suspected since the diary. The connection between me and Voldemort, the way I could feel him in Quirrell, the dreams. Harry touched his scar. I'm one of them, aren't I? An accidental Horcrux. Yes. Ragnar's voice was heavy. Our curse breakers confirmed it months ago. A fragment of Voldemort's soul attached to you the night he tried to kill you. Dumbledore's greater good almost certainly involves you sacrificing yourself to destroy it. Almost certainly. Harry's laugh was bitter. That's why he placed me with the Dursleys. That's why he wanted me isolated, humble, ready to die for others. He was preparing me to be a sacrifice. Yes. Harry looked around the war room, at the goblins who'd raised him, at Sirius who'd suffered for him, at the evidence of years of work building toward this moment. Is there another way? We believe so. Ragnar moved to a workstation covered in arcane diagrams. Goblin magic is older than wizard magic, more fundamental. We've been studying soul bonds for centuries. There are techniques, dangerous, experimental, that might be able to extract the Horcrux without killing the host. Might. We cannot guarantee success. The magic is unpredictable. The process would be agonizing. And there's a chance, a significant chance, that it would fail, destroying both you and the Horcrux fragment. Harry considered this. Die for certain under Dumbledore's plan. Die maybe under the Goblin plan. Or live, and fight, and finish this war properly. Do it, he said. Whatever it takes, whatever the risk. I'm not going to be anyone's sacrifice. We need more time. More research. The extraction technique isn't ready. Then make it ready. Use whatever resources you need. Harry's voice was iron. I've got 5 years until Voldemort's fully back, 5 years before this war goes hot. That's your deadline. Ragnock studied him for a long moment. You truly are remarkable, Mr. Potter. Most people would crumble under this knowledge. You're making tactical plans. Crumbling doesn't change anything. Planning might. Harry turned back to the central map. Show me the leads on the other Horcruxes. We've got work to do. Midnight in the war room. Harry stood alone before the map of Britain, tracing the lines of magical power, the locations of threats and opportunities. So much had happened since that night in the cupboard. That terrified 6-year-old, bleeding and broken, operating to safety without understanding what he was doing. He'd been reborn in these halls, forged by goblin discipline and hard truth into something new. Not the boy who lived, that was a title, a brand, a manipulation tool for others to use. Not Dumbledore's sacrifice or Voldemort's nemesis or the wizarding world's savior. Just Harry. A boy who'd survived abuse, found family where he least expected it, and refused to let anyone else write his story. The scar on his forehead throbbed faintly, the piece of Voldemort's soul, a reminder of everything that waited. Someday he'd have to face that darkness. Someday he'd have to find out if the Goblin's extraction technique would work, or if he'd die trying to remove it. But not today. Today, he had allies who believed in him, resources to pursue his enemies, and a plan that didn't require his death. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. The Horcrux hunt. Political warfare. Dumbledore's attempts to reclaim control. Voldemort's eventual return. But Harry had faced challenges before. He'd testified before the Wizengamot at 6. He'd destroyed a piece of Voldemort's soul at 11. He'd faced down the darkest wizard in history and survived. Whatever came next, he'd face it the same way, with clear eyes, careful planning, and absolute refusal to be anyone's pawn. The door opened behind him. Sirius entered, carrying 2 cups of tea. Thought you might be here. He handed Harry a cup. Ragnock says you've asked for the extraction research to be accelerated. I have. That's a big decision. A scary one. Less scary than the alternative. Harry sipped the tea. Dumbledore wants me to die. The Goblins are offering me a chance to live. Not much of a choice, really. You could refuse. Walk away from all of this. We could disappear, new names, new country, new life. Harry looked at his godfather, the man who'd suffered 6 years in Azkaban, who'd rebuilt himself from nothing, who'd stood beside him in the Chamber of Secrets, facing a basilisk. Could you? Walk away, knowing Voldemort was out there, knowing he'd hurt more people? Sirius was quiet for a long moment. No. I couldn't. Neither can I. Harry turned back to the map. This is my war, Sirius. Not because anyone chose it for me, but because I'm choosing it for myself. Voldemort killed my parents. He tried to kill me. He'll keep killing until someone stops him. And that someone has to be you. Maybe. Maybe not. But I'm going to make damn sure I'm strong enough, prepared enough, to do whatever needs doing. Harry set down his cup. Hogwarts isn't my home. Gringotts is. And from here, from this room, we're going to find out who's been pulling strings, and cut them. Sirius smiled slowly. You sound like a king making war plans. I sound like a survivor making sure he keeps surviving. Harry's eyes found the pin marking Hogwarts on the map. Dumbledore thinks he knows what's best for everyone. Voldemort thinks he's invincible. They're both wrong. And we're going to prove it. Together? Together. You, me, Ragnar, Hermione, Neville, everyone who's earned a place in this fight. Harry turned to face his godfather. The scared boy in the cupboard is gone. In his place, well, I'm still figuring that out. But I know this much, I'm not a piece on anyone's board. I'm a player. And I play to win. Sirius raised his cup in a toast. To winning, then? Harry clinked his cup against Sirius's. To winning. And to the people who helped me get here. They drank in companionable silence, godfather and godson, survivors both. Outside the war room, the Goblin nation continued its eternal operations, gold flowing, secrets gathering, preparations advancing. A machine of patience and precision, dedicated now to a single goal, the destruction of Lord Voldemort and everyone who'd ever used Harry Potter as a pawn. The game wasn't over. The hardest battles were still to come. But Harry Potter, raised by goblins, armed with truth, surrounded by allies who'd earned his trust, he was ready. And he intended to win.